All right. Good evening, everyone. It is Tuesday, March 2nd, 2021, and you are gathered for the monthly voting meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. For those of you watching live, I apologize for the pause. Technology. So I am going to ask the clerk if she can please call roll for us.
Davenport, Parker.
Here.
Blake. I know Melissa.
Sorry, I have too many boxes open. I'm here. I couldn't find my box to unmute.
Wright.
I'm present.
Denson.
Here.
Poole.
Present, and it looks like Commissioner Davenport just came on as well.
Edwards.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton. Hamby.
Here.
Davenport. Davenport.
Here.
And Thornton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right. We're going to have 2 rounds of minutes approval. First round is the minutes of Tuesday, February 2nd and Tuesday, February 16th. Any notes regarding those minutes?
I have a change to the February 2nd notes. I believe that a portion of my CDO for the text amendment regarding CD zoning, rezoning of North Downtown, as best I can tell, my CDO initially asked for the removal of 910 College Avenue, as well as 800 through 892 College Avenue. The 800 and 892 do not appear in the updated amendment, but there's 500 through 910 appear in that amendment. I think 910 should be removed, so I'm not sure what the next address below 910 is, but it should read 500 below that.
Madam Clerk, do you have any guidance? Should we hold this until we can verify that the addresses for that CDO are correct?
I will check them tomorrow and advise. I thought we had double checked this, but we'll find out tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
So
If we can approve with that correction.
Yeah, I'm willing to approve as long as it's clear that 910 College Avenue should be removed.
That's the only one, 910?
As far as I can tell, the other address level that I wanted removed was 800 through 892, and that is not on there. So
that has been removed.
Yeah.
Okay, so 910 is the only one you're worried about taking out. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the address includes a cluster of 6 two-story houses.
Okay, I will check it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I have a couple of kind of minor things, if we may. Former Commissioner Herod, as much as I think we all miss him, appears on the minutes of the 2nd and, well, I guess this is just for the 2nd and the 16th, is that right? So if we could replace Commissioner Herod with Commissioner Thornton for the 2nd. And on the minutes of the 16th, I believe, according to my notes, it was Commissioner Myers who made the motion to approve the Axon contract and Commissioner Wright who seconded. So and there's a little typo where it says S instead of yes, which I probably wouldn't have bothered raising up if it weren't for these other things.
Did you catch that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I'll check on that tomorrow also.
I was going to chime in and say on the minutes from February 9th, Commissioner Herod is also listed as present for the meeting. Small thing, but I just wanted to point that out in addition.
Thanks. And we're going to approve those separately after the 2nd and the 16th.
Gotcha.
All right. Anything else about the 2nd and the 16th? And Madam Clerk, you've got the corrections for those?
Yes, I'll work on those tomorrow.
All right. Do I hear a motion with those corrections?
So moved.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Davenport for approval of the minutes from February 2nd and February 16th with the corrections noted. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. And then we have minutes from Tuesday, February 9th. Notes regarding those. Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain why I'll be voting against approving these minutes. This starts right off with the category called citizen input, of which, since this zoning item was moved from the voting cycle to a work session, there was no opportunity. There was no citizen input because there was no opportunity for citizen input. So I don't want to be on the record for agreeing with this, and so I want to be on the record for not approving these minutes because I don't approve of the lack of citizen input.
All right. Any further notes? All right.
Just the removing Commissioner Harrod's name, I suppose.
Thank you, Commissioner Houle. So do I hear a motion for approval with that remedy?
Can I speak for a moment? I don't
Please
do
do.
this right. Yeah, I want to go along with Commissioner Wright and also express my concern that there was no public input and in that meeting as well for that zoning. And thus, I'll follow her example and not approve the minutes as well.
And just as a legal note, because the attorney had reviewed the process prior, under Georgia law, there are 2 sections for public input on any planning and zoning item. That first opportunity comes at the planning commission phase, and the second opportunity comes at the county commission phase. And that's true even if there is what in Clarke County's ordinance allows for up to a 40-day hold on an item.
And Mayor Gertz, is that also true if the item has changed with the changes in it, or does it?
It is true that if an item has gone back to the planning commission, it begins a new round of input. But it's been consistent in my experience that when there is that hold, the public input has already happened at the first visit to the mayor and commission's meeting.
But just point of order, Kelly. That they haven't changed. I mean, there were substantial changes between the public input part and what was actually voted on. That was unique.
Okay.
But
all right. Do I hear a motion with the correction as noted by Commissioner Houle?
So moved.
I'll second.
All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker, second from Commissioner Link. Madam Clerk, if you could do round robin.
Parker,
Yes.
Blank,
Yes.
Wright,
no,
Benson,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Thornton,
no,
Hamby,
No.
Davenport,
No.
5 yes, 5 no.
I'm going to cast in favor of approval of the minutes. All right. Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications?
For entry to the record, we have notice of acceptance of streets in the following subdivisions: the Cottages, Ridgeport Phase 3, and the Haven of Athens.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right, everybody. As you know, we are now doing input via either web or telephone, and we're going to have 3 segments of input over the course of the evening for planning and zoning items. Statewide planning and zoning law prevails, and so there is an up to 10-minute opportunity for someone speaking in favor, and up to 10-minute opportunity for somebody speaking in opposition, as well as any 3-minute opportunities. So planning and zoning input will precede the planning and zoning items on our agenda. There will then be a collective opportunity for consent and old and new business. And then at the close of the meeting, there will be a general opportunity for public input on any item not on our agenda tonight. So that first opportunity for planning and zoning related public input has 1 requested speaker, and so that is Kevin Stout. And so Kevin, you should be unmuted now and able to begin your comments, and the clerk will begin the timer.
Hi, thank you all so much for giving me 10 minutes tonight. I really appreciated the jokes at the beginning, so I've got one for you. Yes. What do you call a bee that lives in America? A USB.
Hey.
Oh, okay. So, sorry. I thought we would all laugh at that. So,
Oh, that's a good one.
but, I do appreciate. I can't take the credit. I pulled that off of a dad joke website. I do appreciate your time and allowing us to comment digitally using this WebEx thing. And we've greatly appreciated the staff's support in working with us on this new site plan amendment for 2150 Lexington Road, which currently Living Hope Church resides there. And we greatly appreciated it, but we had one comment, one recommendation that we did not agree with from the Planning Commission. I'm not sure. I don't think I can share a screen. I'm trying, but it's not letting me. I'm not sure. Do each of you have some kind of a visual, like a Google Maps or the site plan itself in front of you?
We do have the site plan in our packet, so you can reference that, but you won't be able to share a screen.
Okay, thank you, sir. The site plan itself, I'll kind of talk as you kind of find your way to it. If you look at the site plan to the northeastern quadrant of our property, there is what we refer to as the upper parking lot. And then there is a lower parking lot that bisects between two buildings and then connects to another parking lot. The Planning Commission had recommended a drive connecting these two parking lots to internally within the property itself. And after talking through it with the elders of the church and the staff, we would like to ask that the mayoral commission does not approve that, based on the fact that originally a few years ago when we submitted the site plan, it included closing the curb cuts to that upper parking lot. However, the new site plan does not include closing those curb cuts, so we no longer need a internal driveway access to that area. We are also going to be labeling the two entrances. They used to be unlabeled. One will be an entrance only and the other an exit only, in hopes of creating a one-way traffic so that when people enter that upper parking lot, they will leave as well. And with the addition of an internal driveway connecting those parking lot areas, we're worried that it'll create extra confusion on Sunday mornings, which is primarily, as a church, that's the busiest time of the week for us. It also, according to where the staff is suggesting it is really close to where there's a lot of foot traffic with young people moving between buildings and families and stuff. And so we're concerned that if there's a driveway connecting those parking lots, it will then cause confusion and potential extra exposure to people as they're exiting their vehicles and walking to the building. And then also it does take away a little bit more of our green space, and we really, really love our green space. So that's the last thing. And then one request we do have as a church, right now the upper parking lot is it's just got gravel in it, and that is something that the previous occupants of the property put in place for a long time. And we are working towards saving up money in order to pave that parking lot, but that's going to cost several $100,000. And as of right now, we have several areas in that parking lot that are in dire need of additional gravel. And so we would like for permission to bring in 2 to 3 dump truck loads of gravel to fill in those holes, which will also serve as a foundation for the future paving of that space. I thank you for your time, and I guess I'll mute myself at this point.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. All right. That is the only planning and zoning input. So we are going to proceed with discussion by the commission of the planning and zoning items, beginning with 2150 Lexington Road. And if Attorney Drake, you could read the ordinance as we begin.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending a planned development for a parcel of land comprising approximately 5.058 acres, located at 2150 Lexington Road in R5-5 PD Single Family Residential Plan Development District and for other purposes.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Judd. And this is in Commissioner Parker's district. Commissioner Parker, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes when we have input in person, we're able to recall folks who gave public comment, particularly the petitioners, to ask questions. Is that available to us as an option? Just wanted to ask.
Certainly. I'm going to go ahead and unmute Kevin so you can ask him questions.
Hi, Kevin. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I don't know how to turn on my camera.
No, it's all right. I also am having camera trouble, so we can just So I noticed where on the site plan there's the internal driveway connecting the two parking lots. So that was really clear to me. I just wondered if you could repeat the second request you had regarding the paving, like your future paving plans, and just get some clarification on what action you were asking for the commission to take around that.
Yes, thank you. So the driveway that the Planning Commission had suggested is actually not shown on the site plan that we employed Carter Engineering to draw. But what we're hoping to do, Lucy, sorry, y'all, dogs and a child, and my wife's at a TAP program she's a teacher. So, But right now in the current, we call it the upper parking lot. It's the lot that's to the northeastern sector of our property. The previous occupants just kept adding gravel over time, which was not supposed to happen. And so we will be paving that parking lot. However, right now it's going to cost a tremendous amount of money, and we're nowhere close to that. And so what we're asking permission to do is just to bring in some gravel to fill in some low spots, which the gravel will also serve as a foundation for the future paving of that space. We're just asking to do that now so that we can use that lot without having to worry about our congregation members popping a tire or anything.
Okay, yeah. And then going back to the internal drive-through between the parking spaces, I see that on the site plan there's a number of handicap spots indicated within what seems to be that internal driveway. I guess I just have a question. If that area is closed, would that then require those spots to be reconfigured, placed elsewhere on the site plan? I'm just wondering how that impacts. And that might also be a question for Planning Director Griffin if he's available. But while you're here, I didn't know if you could speak.
Yeah. So in the Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission actually recommended an additional drive. If you have the site plan open.
I do, yeah.
So if you look where a sidewalk kind of comes down from the upper parking lot area and then connects with that right before the turn near the handicap spaces, they were requesting a driveway to actually basically go where that sidewalk is to connect those two parking lots. We definitely want to keep the everything that we proposed as the site plan is what we would like to do because it allows for ease of access. It allows for actually better handicap parking, a much safer transition between buildings for our congregation members and especially the little ones. But the Planning Commission had recommended an additional drive that Charter Engineering had not drawn on the proposed site plan, and we're asking for the mayoral commission to remove that, or I guess to not approve that recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And this is the first time I'm hearing about some of these requests. They do seem fairly minor, but I would like some time to perhaps meet with the applicant outside of the meeting just to clarify how this would impact both the folks, frequenting the property as well as ease of ingress and egress on the site if we could possibly hold this item. So I guess I will make a motion that we hold for 30 days.
All right. So motion to hold until the first Tuesday of April meeting. Do I hear a second?
I second it.
All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker and a second from Commissioner Thornton. Any further input? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right.
All right. Thanks, everyone. All right. We are moving on to the project at 3320 Old Jefferson Road. And there's no public input on this item, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, Commissioner Link.
Make sure I'm on. Okay. Am I on mute? I'm not on mute. Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I think that Planning Director Griffin went over this pretty thoroughly at our agenda meeting. This is some fairly minor changes to a very old plan development. So I'd just like to go ahead and make a motion that we accept.
I'll second.
Mr. Mayor, let me read the.
Thank you, Judd.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending conditions of zoning associated with two parcels of land comprising approximately 15.428 acres in total and located at 3320 Old Jefferson Road in the EI Employment Industrial with Conditions Zoning District and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. I know I've got a motion in a second, but I've got a note from public information that there is comment in the chamber and City Hall. So if public information could turn on the camera so we can receive that comment, I'd appreciate it. All right. Can you hear me down there in City Hall? Okay. Apologize, everyone. Just imagine you're living the director's cut, everybody. It's a Blu-ray special, bonus pack, Criterion Collection.
Feels like VHS for some reason.
We got time for a joke? Just one joke?
What do you have, Commissioner?
What do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory.
Slacktory.
Satisfactory.
Ah.
There we go.
Okay, we've got another mic up. I think we're ready to go. All right, I think we can hear each other from the chamber.
Yep, you're good to go.
Hey, this is Frank Pittman with Pittman Engineering. I appreciate your time. I'll be very brief. Sounds like you guys have kind of already looked this over. So I'm representing University Cancer and Blood Center, who has been in Athens. We were just talking that this year will be 40 years that they've been in practice here in Athens, and they've tremendously outgrown their existing facility and need to expand. They want to stay in Athens. They want to build a nice new big cancer center to be able to have room for the next 40 years. To do that, we're asking for a modification of existing zoning, not changing the zoning class. It's zoned EI today. We want to keep it EI. There are just some conditions that were on this property from the original rezone 20 years ago that prohibit us from doing what we need to do under the existing county code. It's mostly removal of some buffers and stuff like that. They want to cut the existing building out of one property so they can combine it with the new cancer center. That means we got to move some property lines and stuff like that, which means we've got to change some of these conditions. It's pretty minimal. We've worked with the planning staff to come up with what they felt comfortable with as far as conditions go. There is one. The planning staff came up with a list of uses to be allowed on this property. We would ask that one additional use that was not listed be allowed, and that would be for a standalone parking lot, which is allowed under EI zoning under the code, but was not listed on the staff report. And for really just for logistical reasons, if we need to add parking on the parcel to go with the existing use, and didn't want to recombine the parcels or something like that, we'd want to be able to do that. Otherwise, we agree with the planning staff and ask for your approval tonight. I'm here for any questions. I've got the CEO of the University Cancer Blood Center here as well, if any questions for her, and a representative from the development group as well. So again, we would ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Any further public comment?
I don't have any problem with that standalone parking lot request. Does anyone else have any concerns about that? This is a fairly suburban location.
There is no further public comment as well.
Thank you from the chamber. Would you like to amend your motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and amend my motion to allow that use, that standalone parking lot use.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Link for approval with the allowance of standalone parking at this location. A second from Commissioner Wright. Any further input? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we are moving on to item number 3. Item number 3 is just around the corner at 235 and 245 Floyd Drive. Frank, you want to step right up?
Yeah, appreciate your time again. I'll probably be even quicker. So this property is some of the adjacent property to the one we just discussed. It is part of the same project, would allow for future expansion. This actually is a zoning class change request. It's currently zoned industrial. So we're asking to downzone it to EI so that it fits in with the surrounding medical complex, which will allow them to expand the cancer center. It would also make for, right now it's zone I, it's right next to residential property. So going to EI actually would make for a nice transition too from the I that's to the west of it to the residential. Same request though that I made on the last one. I would like to request to be able to reserve the right for standalone parking as a use, just like on the last request, just for permitting procedure and stuff. So otherwise, we're here for questions again, and I would ask for y'all's approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Any further public input on item number 3?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner Link, once again, this is in your district.
Yeah, I have no problem with that additional request in this location. I'll motion to approve.
Go ahead, Attorney Drake, if you can read the ordinance for me.
Yes. Is this agenda item number 3, Mr. Mayor?
Number 3, yes, that's
Okay.
right.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to rezoning 2 parcels of land comprising approximately 4.44 acres located at 235 and 245 Floyd Drive from I Industrial to EI Employment Industrial Conditions and for other purposes.
All right, thank you, Jed. I appreciate it.
I second that motion.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Link and a second from Commissioner Thornton for approval with the allowance of a standalone parking lot. And I'm going to recognize Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, I was trying to vote aye in the last thing, and I've had a technical lag. So that was in line with the other ayes.
All right. So it's the full chorus, but we're not missing any background vocals there. All right. Any further input on the Floyd Drive item number 3? All right. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed on Floyd Drive? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, as I noted a few minutes ago, we were going to have an opportunity for public input on the consent agenda and old and new business as a cluster. And so for everybody who's been patiently waiting in the attendee list, thank you for being so generous. And I'm going to attempt to call on you in the order that you signed up. And I'm going to begin with Teresa Friedlander. Teresa, you should be unmuted now and able to speak.
Well, hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. Good evening, Mayor Gertz and Athens-Clarke Commissioners. I am Teresa Friedlander, speaking to you as Vice Chair of the Athens in Motion Commission. Like the prior speakers, I'll keep this brief. Athens in Motion has developed a mutually respectful working relationship with transportation and public works staff. I can speak for the entire commission that it is greatly rewarding to serve on this body. The Firefly Trail is an exciting project which, once completed, will benefit Athens and raise our profile as a destination city. Athens in Motion commissioners take seriously our mission to advocate for safe pedestrian and bicyclist facilities. The trail segment in question concerns the abandoned railroad bed as it approaches Winterville. A few property owners along this former rail line have placed buildings, lawns, and gardens where the tracks once lay in the years since CSX pulled them up. Your task with this vote is to balance the rights and preferences of those homeowners against the benefits of building the trail along the original planned route. Transportation and Public Works staff created several opportunities for education and public engagement, despite our being limited by the raging pandemic. I have reviewed the results of the public input. Each of these three routes has arguments in favor and against it. 248 people commented. I would characterize these comments as thoughtful, respectful, and open-minded. 186 of these 248 survey respondents, that's 75%, prefer Route A as their first choice. The other 62 respondents, 25%, prefer Routes C and B respectively. Athens in Motion recognizes the difficulties posed by the choice of route for this piece of the Firefly Trail. No matter how you choose, there will be some angry and upset people. Our responsibility as an advisory commission is to advocate for pedestrian and bicyclist safety above other considerations. Our support for Route A is based on safety, comfort, and ease of use. We do not support Routes B and C because they increase risks for collisions with motor vehicles, add length and complexity, and decrease user comfort. We hope you will vote in favor of Route A. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share the views of Athens in Motion with you this evening.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming. All right, I'm going to move on to the next piece of public input from Winston Parker. Winston, you should be unmuted now.
Hello, everyone. I just would like to keep with the tone of offering a hilariously corny joke. How do you keep a wild beast from charging? Take away its credit card. That's actually from a book from my childhood. So anyway, hi, my name is Winston Parker. My wife and I call Winterville our home at 145 and 147 Oakmont Circle. And I'd like to briefly speak about why your support of Route C is something very important to these environments affected by Route A. I'd sum up my feelings on Route A with the overwhelming first impression I felt when first walking the route. It is like trying to fit a square peg into a triangular hole. Route A is unreasonably invasive to the residents of the affected neighbors, their private properties, and their individual habitats within those properties. not to mention almost negating the parking lot of one of the handful of small businesses in downtown Winterville, off the Vine, which is also used as a local arts and farmers market on the weekends. It is clear there is an inadequate space for public trail to coexist within these vulnerable areas that predate the trail's conception. It is clear that the real-life practicality of this concept could not be considered on a line drawing other than the loose idea of on or near the disassembled rail. The only points in debate for Route C, safety and legality, have been clearly addressed by the city's project administrator and the city's attorney as viable. They can be appropriately managed as needed. Safety is a concern, of course, but it is not an argument against Route C. On the issue of cost, it is clear there is a considerable difference between the likely cost of one path that is continuous and uninterrupted and another path that is narrow and snaking with numerous issues to a way that additionally includes land acquisition and concessions to property owners. So let me ask you, if safety, legality, and cost can all be addressed, why is it that Route C is not the obvious choice for both residents and city? Route C benefits the cyclists and pedestrians already using Moores Grove Road. Route C is supported also by the mayor of Winterville and will inevitably support the city's future growth. Route C is supported in a written endorsement by Firefly Trail Incorporated. If you're at all unsure where you stand in regards to the right option to choose, please move to delay the vote. These community members' lives and futures are definitely in your hands here. The residents in Route A's path have nothing to gain from this, nor do they have any obligation to alter their environment and lives because of it. When it is clear there is a viable alternative, a vote for Route A to obstruct and interfere with these people's lives is a choice that you should be certain is the right one to do. And that's all I have. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Winston. We are going to move on now to Clint Moore. Clint, you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Clint Moore. I'm a resident of Athens. Thanks for hearing my comment tonight on item 14, the Firefly Trail. I'm a cyclist and a trail walker. I look forward to one day being able to follow the full planned length of the trail. Regarding the approach of the trail into Winterville, I ask that the mayor and the commission stay true to the spirit and the purpose of the trail plan, respect the will of the citizens who funded the project, and support alternative A that keeps the trail on the original rail bed. While I appreciate and use the bike infrastructure that makes my travel around the county a little easier, the Firefly Trail is envisioned as a recreational trail in a historic and mostly natural setting, and not a utilitarian type of artery. It's a public good, a good that's intended to serve all the people. So why can't the intent and the guiding principle of this project be honored despite whatever hard work and diligence is sometimes required to make it happen? I'm concerned about a precedent being set here. If every future hurdle requires turning sections of the trail into some, Barnett Shoals Road-like urban thoroughfare, then it loses identity as a trail, and the public purpose is lost. My understanding is that alternative A is feasible through compensation of property owners and through infrastructural solutions to manage stormwater and privacy concerns. So yeah, it does cost money, but as do the other two options. But it's not a simple matter of comparing dollars and cents about quantities of concrete or backhoe operator hours. Alternatives B and C both increase the risk of vehicle collisions to users of the trail. Automobile drivers are looking only for fast-moving vehicles as they enter or leave a roadway. They look only in the direction that affects their safe navigation, and they don't look in other directions, including behind, for cyclists or pedestrians on an adjacent path. And no amount of signage, paint, or blinking lights is going to affect these behaviors. These personal risk trail users are real, as any actuary will tell you. They have costs, both to the user and to the larger community. Any comparison of alternatives that ignores these costs isn't going to give an honest appraisal of how expensive the alternatives truly are. So thanks for your attention, and please support Alternative A.
Thanks, Clint. All right, we are going to turn now to Caitlin Gagan. Caitlin, you're unmuted.
Hi, can y'all hear me? Are we good?
We can.
Fabulous. Okay, so good evening, and thank you so much for having us here tonight. My name is Caitlin Gagan. I live in Commission District 4, and in addition to being one of Bike Athens' board members, I'm currently a Master's of Public Administration student at the University of Georgia. So something that we learn very early in our MPA classes is that every policy is going to have winners and losers, and that's what we're here to discuss about the Firefly Trail. Which path is optimal because it has the fewest losers, however you choose to define that. So I'm going to argue that option A has the fewest losers, and I hope you all will agree with me. So the two options that I'm going to address are option A, which is the historic railroad option, and aligns with the mission and strategy of the Firefly Trail, and option C, which attempts to address the stormwater, privacy, and cost concerns by utilizing a road crossing. So the main difference between these two options is where they cross Morse Grove Road and how closely the paths come to local houses. Option A provides the safest crossing of Morse Grove Road because it utilizes the established infrastructure of an intersection to ensure safe crossing. Option C lends itself to the reader's interpretation, as it does not define how it will ensure a safe crossing of Morse Grove. However, the imagination fails to devise a solution that will allow safe crossing of a 50-mile-an-hour road that doesn't even have streetlights. If children, or even adults, are attempting to cross that street at dusk or at dawn, when drivers' vision is already limited, it takes very little stretch of the imagination to understand how a fatal crash could occur. So the other difference between these options is their proximity to local houses. Option A does come closer to local houses, and according to a study conducted by the Conservation Fund and Colorado State Parks State Trails Program, this is going to be a benefit to those houses. The study found that 55% of realtors believed homes near trails would sell for a higher price than those not near trails, and that no public safety issues could be directly linked to the trail. So, in conclusion, option A allows for a trail that adheres to the mission of the Firefly Trail, provides for a safe crossing of Morse Grove Road, and poses no danger by being in close proximity to local houses. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. We are going to turn now to Timothy Beamisturfer. Timothy, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Good. Very good. Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm a retired landscape architect and land planner. And during my 25-year career with the National Park Service, I participated in or managed nearly 75 public recreation design and construction projects. I know how difficult projects like this can be, and that many of them eventually run into complications that require some form of creative resolution. This segment of the Firefly Trail has several tough issues: stormwater control, impacts to privacy, loss of visual and sound buffers, and the destruction of natural habitat. One of the most misused planning tools for resolving tough issues is adverse condemnation of private property. The Rails to Trails Conservancy recommends using this tool as a last resort, and that it should be used sensitively to avoid permanently alienating stakeholders and turning them against the long-term goals of the project. Sadly, several casual and public comments made by ACC representatives recommend using adverse condemnation not as a tool of last resort, but as a club to subdue uncooperative landowners, to discourage dissent for the future good of the project. Such uncaring statements are revealing. Perhaps the most effective and underused tool for resolving tough issues is compromise. In our case, finding an alternative route that accomplishes many of the same goals as the original plan and avoids most of the concerning issues. Alternative C provides more recreational opportunity at a potentially lower cost without significantly degrading the overall user experience of the Firefly Trail. Most of the needed right-of-way is already in public ownership. The existing grade is very favorable for development. There is existing stormwater drainage capability. Environmental impacts would be lower. There are no privately owned outbuildings to move, relocate, rebuild, or compensate for. It is safe and will contribute to needed traffic calming. There's no shame in using an alternate plan, even one that deviates some and perhaps improves a promising 20-year-old community vision. The real shame would be to dismiss a viable and beneficial alternative simply out of blind allegiance to old guard politics and ideas. Let me be clear, implementing Alternative C would not be a sign of weakness. Neither would it be a signal to every disgruntled homeowner that they can hold the project hostage just because they don't like it. Rather, it would set the standard for what should be required for proper consideration of an alternate route. It would also show that Athens-Clarke County is committed to fair and unbiased dialogue. Moving forward with Alternative A will send the opposite signal to Firefly Trail stakeholders in Oglethorpe and Greene County. It could also negatively influence future Athens-Clarke County landowner cooperation on greenway projects. Compromise benefits everyone. Please join me in the support of Alternative C.
Thank you, Timothy. All right, we are going to move on to Paul Bunce. Paul, you can go ahead and begin.
I'm Paul Bunce, 250 Kearney Lake Road, Winterville. I'm a supporter of Firefly Trail. I've been riding bicycles in Athens since 1951. The public response surveys for Section 3 of the Firefly Trail were both biased and lacking full information about routes A and C. The online survey asked respondents to rank order A, B, and C routes. If you picked either B or C, the program automatically selected A as your second choice, thus raising A incorrectly in the ranking. Neither online nor in-person surveys provided information to respondents about the construction or cost issues of the routes. In order for those surveys to be valid, they must be redone from the beginning with full and accurate information about both cost and safety provided to respondents. Those surveys are simply invalid. The results are not true. Route A has significant flooding and grading issues, which have still not been fully addressed in the cost estimates provided to the commissioners. There have been concerns raised about the safety of Route C due to its proximity to a high-speed road and the need to cross that road at some point. The speed limit on Moores Grove Road is 50 miles per hour, dropping to 35 miles per hour for about half the length of Route C. Route C is at least 5 feet from the road. The speed limit on Main Street in Winterville is 40 miles per hour, and the trail is only 4 feet from the road. The speed limit on nearby Cherokee Road at Winterville Elementary is 45 miles per hour, and the existing sidewalk is 3.5 feet from the road. It's been stated that manually triggered flashing lights are unsafe for Moores Grove Road crossing. There are manually triggered flashing lights for crossing Main Street at Henry Meyer and Cherokee Road at Henry Meyer for children going to Winterville Elementary School. I've heard no objections to the safety of flashing lights at Winterville Elementary. Sight distance for the proposed crossing on Moores Grove is over 1/3 of a mile in both directions, which would allow 21 seconds to cross the road even if no flashing light were present. Crossing Moores Grove Road is not unsafe. It is probably safer than crossing Main Street or Cherokee Road going to Winterville Elementary. There are no valid safety issues on Route C. There are safety issues on Route A. Much of that route is enclosed by wooded high banks and shielded behind houses so that trail users are hidden from public view. Areas like this lead to unfortunate incidents, such as the recent attack on a woman using a portion of the Greenway in Athens. Route C provides an open view of the trail and easy access for emergency response vehicles if needed. I wish to see the route which provides the greatest safety and the most community benefit at the lowest reasonable cost picked for the Firefly Trail. That would be Route C. And when you need to call my wife, Ann, she is on this same link.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Paul. All right, we're going to move on to Katie Bemis-Sturfer. Katie, you're unmuted now.
Okay, I would like to start by thanking Patrick Davenport for being the best commissioner any citizen could ask for. He truly represents what is good in government. I was an instructor in recreation and leisure studies at UGA for 20 years, so tonight, no jokes, here's a quick exercise. Decision-making in community recreation. Step 1, determine your goal or decision to select the multi-purpose trail route that best benefits ACC citizens at the lowest cost using alternatives A or C. Step 2, gather facts. The county attorney said it is legal to deviate from the original railroad bed, so Alt-C is a viable option. ACC Leisure Services has not adequately described online or in public meetings Alt-A as it is today, not an actual railroad bed, or that right-of-way are legally owned by some individuals. This has led to a huge public misunderstanding. ACC had the opportunity to buy these right-of-ways and did not do so. As a result, these comments appeared on a local community website. These homeowners need to get over it. They've had a railroad in their backyard for years and should be used to it. What would they do if the railroad started up again? And they illegally acquired the right-of-ways, etc. Traffic data previously given shows Alt-A as the only safe option. Alt-C is not unsafe. Safety is important, and that's why Athens-Clarke County has a traffic department with professionals to address and mitigate any issues on Moores Grove Road, as they have done on Prince Avenue. The costs shown for Alt-A do not include such items as property acquisition, tree removal, new structures, utility easements, and this is the most critical part of your exercise. Would you select an alternative without knowing the total cost? Of course not. This goes against all reason. Cost details are needed. Community recreation should provide for all citizens, not just special interest groups. Athens is a biking community, and that's a good thing, but not justification to dictate their desires over those of others. Firefly Trail Inc. supports Alt-C. They realize there is value in compromise for just 0.3 of a mile of a trail. Alt-C will be one and done route, but you will be addressing issues, maintenance, and community ill will forever with Alt-A. Step 3, evaluate pros and cons, make your decision. My decision, alternative C is the best choice for Winterville and the ACC community. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. All right, we're going to move to Ann Bunce. Ann, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, commissioners, especially Patrick, for your help. I live at 250 Kearney Lake Road, Winterville. I am a landowner, not just a homeowner. My concern tonight is the environmental impact on Route A. I strongly request an environmental study to be conducted for Route A. Stormwater drainage problems along A would require dredging our small wildlife pond to contain floodwaters. This will endanger the many creatures we see here: deer, coyote, fox, raccoon, opossum, muskrat and beaver, a bald eagle. Red-shouldered and red-tailed hawks hunt and nest here. Canada geese nest on the little island. Great blue and green herons and kingfishers hunt mice, turtles, lizards, snakes, and thousands of frogs. We enjoy their daily antics and their nightly chorus. Dr. Edwards' larger lake just below us supports even more wildlife plus aquatic species. His lake would be impacted by the dredging of our pond and its drain channel. All will suffer major habitat loss. Yesterday, March 1st, it was announced that the Arbor Foundation has named Winterville as a Tree City of the World, only one of 3 in the entire state. It recognizes Winterville for its commitment to growing and maintaining its urban forests. How can Athens-Clarke County and its leisure services work with this and still construct Route A to Winterville with all its trees? There are over 70 mature oak, sweet gum, and magnolia trees, plus 40 mature Leyland cypress trees along Route A that are in the rail bed or within 10 feet of it. These are just on the section between Kearney Lake and Gordon Circle. The largest 25 of these trees measure between 20 and 36 inches in diameter. One is 9 feet around. These will either be removed or have their root systems so badly impacted that they will die. Athens identifies itself as a greenway. Yet Athens-Clarke County is willing to destroy these trees and forever change our neighborhood dynamics, and even this environment that is home to so many creatures and protected songbirds. Then, where will be the lovely birdsong field and shaded section of the Firefly Trail? Gone and silent. Thank you.
Thank you much, Ann. Next up is Ian Schmutt. Ian, you're unmuted. Go right ahead.
Hi, thanks everyone. I'm Ian Schmutty. I'm a resident of Athens, and I've called in today to add my support for keeping the Firefly Trail along its originally planned route, option A. I'm an avid cyclist here in Athens, although I have no affiliation with the project or any special knowledge about the details. But for me, the value in the original plan for this trail comes from creating infrastructure for recreation and alternative forms of transportation that are going to appeal broadly to all members of our community, regardless of their age, ability, or background. But I don't see option A as really being something that would be targeted as something especially appealing just to, say, cycling advocates, but rather something that should appeal to all users. Diverting the trail across a major road, across driveways, and under full sun will substantially reduce its appeal to casual users. Whether or not, if there end up not being accidents along the road, I fear it won't be because the route is actually safe, but because people have simply chosen not to use it unless they're spry enough to make a complicated, potentially road crossing. When that happens, we're going to lose a significant opportunity to obtain the benefits that will accrue long into the future from a widely used piece of pedestrian and cycling infrastructure. I'm an economist, and so I often think in terms of costs and benefits. And it's very easy to sort of focus on the short-run costs that are borne by particular groups of users and forget to focus on the long-run benefits that will accrue to a piece of public infrastructure. Benefits don't just accrue today, but they're going to accrue into the future. And I fear that with option A, by encouraging casual users to avoid participating and using the trail, we'll lose the benefits to public health, to sustainability, and yes, to things like tourism and our appeal to grow our resident base. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. All right, next up is James Parliament. James, you're unmuted.
Good evening, Mayor Gertz and Commissioner. My name is James Parliament. I'm a longtime Athens resident. I work for the Clarke County School District. I am also on the Athens Motion Commission, and I'm a dad. And I believe that the predominant concern here should be safety and ensuring the comfort of families on the Firefly Trail. We should not put any undue safety barriers to families using the trail that could decrease comfort levels. I'm a frequent user of the trails in Athens, especially the Greenway and the Firefly Trail. And as an individual out, walking, running, or riding, I can handle road crossings or coming in contact with cars. But as a dad, when I'm out with my daughter, these types of safety hazards make me uncomfortable. My wife and I used to frequently run with our stroller for a good while until my daughter got too big and it started to feel like we were pushing a boulder up a hill. But recently, we discovered riding with her on our bikes in a pull cart behind us. And we had a lot of fun doing this, but we mainly use the greenways and the Firefly because that's where we feel the safest and the most comfortable. And just for instance, take for instance the greenway stretch from Sandy Creek Nature Center. The new section that goes under College Avenue and along MLK, that gives you about 2 continuous miles of totally dedicated greenway without having to worry about cars. You can just be out and just have fun and not worry and feel safe. And we need more of that in Athens and the greater Clarke County community. And I think that's what the Firefly is supposed to be. When the stretch of greenway that starts at Sandy Creek Nature Center intersects with North Avenue, there is no safe way to cross that busy road. You have to navigate a narrow bridge and cross with no signal because that signal never works to cross North Avenue. It's not safe. I've only done it with my daughter once and I regretted it. I felt like a bad parent because I was putting us at risk and it was scary. So we just turn around most of the time and go back to the nature center. But I have faith in the plan, in the Greenway plan. One day that intersection will be fixed. There will be safe options there someday. That barrier to safety and comfort will be removed. What we're talking about with Firefly options B and C that deviate from the original plan of option A is deliberately placing safety barriers to families using the Firefly Trail. You would introduce a place that I, as a casual rider, would not feel comfortable being with my family. Instead of solving the issue of removing barriers to use and to safety, you're putting up barriers as a solution to a problem. I would ask you to please find a solution that does not increase barriers or stick to the original plan and use Firefly option A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. All right, we are moving on to Nancy Hunter. Nancy, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Nancy Hunter, and I live at 185 Three Oaks Drive. I participated in the online survey, and I chose option A. I chose it because it follows the historical railway bed. For me, this is one of the major benefits of all the rail-to-trail projects. I can experience a wonderful piece of our history while being out in nature and getting exercise. Having to exit the railway and travel on a road greatly diminishes that experience for me. Safety is another reason I chose option A. Following the railway bed is safer. Study after study shows that physically separated bike paths are safer. A 2019 study by the Universities of Colorado and New Mexico looked at 12 different cities, and it concluded that physically separated bike paths led to 44% fewer deaths, 44%, and 50% fewer serious injuries. That same study concluded that painted bike lanes on shared roads provided absolutely no increased safety whatsoever. There's a gender gap in bicycling that isn't often talked about. In most areas in the United States, men outnumber women cyclists by 2 to 1 because women are more risk averse. We just are. In cities that have a safe bicycle infrastructure, there is no gender gap. In fact, there are often more female cyclists than men in those cities. It's one way of determining the structure, the safe infrastructure in a city for bikes is how many women cyclists you have. If you build this trail so that women are safe, which is option A, you will not only increase women's use of the trail, but you'll increase the trail's economic impact on Clarke County at the same time, because this is for all of Clarke County, not just Winterville. I want to thank you, Mayor, and commissioners tonight for being able to speak, but I admit I'm disappointed that I have to. Over the past 20 years, I've voted at least 4 times for SPLOST and T-SPLOST to make this Firefly Trail a reality. And the fact that I'm here tonight makes me feel like no one listened to those votes over so many years. Convening meetings, developing surveys, getting out information to the community so that people like myself could participate in the survey and know how to participate, compiling all that data. That takes time and it takes taxpayer money. It takes my money. I really wish that my tax dollars had been used to purchase some physical barriers for our painted bike lanes in Athens instead of rehashing something that was already decided by the voters many years ago. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. And finally, our last speaker tonight for old and new business and consent items is Marla Starr. Marla, you can go right ahead.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting us speak. And I want to say thank you so much to Patrick Davenport for everything you've done for me and my neighbors. There's three things I'd like to discuss: safety, legal, and costs. Advocates for Alternative A have used safety as a focal point against Route C. I agree safety is very important, but I do not agree, however, that Route C is unsafe. According to Mr. Doster in the 2/9/21 work session, achieving optimal safety on Route C would be possible by working with traffic engineers to get the appropriate amount of protection that would be warranted. Implementation of safe crossing measures on Route C would slow traffic on Moores Grove Road and benefit the community of individuals crossing the road to retrieve mail. Choosing Route C benefits trail users by enhancing safety in the following ways: easy access to the trail by emergency vehicles, easy access and visibility by police, and a potential safe route for children traveling to Coyle Middle School in the future. The existing sidewalk is used daily by members of the community, and option C is not an unsafe choice. According to Attorney Judge Drake's statements during the 2/9/21 work session, the legal obligation of the commission to stick with the original design concept of the Firefly Trail is as follows. The ACC Commission has no legal obligation to build on proposed Route A and is free to choose the location of the trail. The Firefly Trail has been publicly recognized on ACC's website as a multi-purpose path that will be built, quote, on or near the historic corridor of the Athens branch of the Georgia Railroad. Keywords on or near. With all of its issues, there is no legal obligation to Route A. Further, it does not seem logical considering all that is at stake for the individuals who live on proposed Route A. So what about cost? When a concept evolves from a line drawing into explorations in 3D reality, unforeseen issues are likely to arise, and therefore logical compromises must be made to adjust to new challenges. Due to the lack of actual data in regards to the real cost of Route A, there is no way to come to an objective conclusion that Route A would be more cost-effective than Route C. With all the unknown costs of Route A, I believe that in the end it will be more expensive. Right-of-way is already open to ACC to build Route C. Topographic conditions are favorable. There's no buildings to move, no property or privacy will be diminished, and no severe drainage issues to deal with. So there are no legal or safety reasons to choose option A over option C. Route C provides just as much or more community benefit without diminishing the trail experience and without imposing unnecessary damages on private property owners. Although option C has been painted as a more expensive option, there is no actual data to support the concept because of the unknown cost of A. It seems that a choice for Route A over a viable option such as Route C is a choice against private property owners for no objective reason other than being married to an old concept. Thank you so much for considering C, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Marla. That closes public comment on the consent agenda items and old and new business. And then at the end of the meeting, as I noted, we will have public input on items not on the agenda. And we just have one individual who has signed up for that. We do have next our consent agenda in front of us, which are items 4 through 10. Would any commissioner like to remove any item from the consent agenda for discussion?
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Denson. Attorney Drake, are there any ordinances to read there?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Denson. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed to consent agenda? All right, hearing none, 4 through 10 are passed. All right, we're moving on now to old business. My computer's telling me to pick a time to restart. Let's not do that now. All right. Number 11, old business is request of core spaces regarding a property at 155 Mitchell Street, and this is in Commissioner Wright's district. Attorney Drake, I know there's an ordinance associated with this. I'll have you read that first and then turn it over to Commissioner Wright.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to amending a planned development for a parcel of land comprising approximately 1.7 acres located at 155 Mitchell Street in the CD RIV PD Commercial Downtown River Downtown Design Area Plan Development District and for other purposes.
All right. Thank you, Judd. Go ahead, Allison.
Yeah, I'd like to summarize. Can you guys hear me? Okay. So I'd like to summarize where we are. I've been updating you guys since the last meeting on where we put a hold on this, and the applicant turned in today the drawings on modifications to the project, and so that puts us at the point where I'd like to make a recommendation that we send those plans back through the process for the planning department to assess it, so that when we get the report, it will be comparing it with the plan development of 2017 that's already on the books, and that we'll have an accurate comparison of the two for when it comes from planning department to the planning commission and then back to us in the typical cycles.
All right. So
I want to second that, Mayor, with a comment.
Yeah, go right ahead, Commissioner.
I'm going to second that. After I talked to Commissioner Link and got some history on this street, I think that I would not be readily available to approve or not approve this project. I think going back to the committee would clear up some questions that I have. I do appreciate Commissioner Link giving me some history on this. And so I, while I was totally, on board, because I like to support my fellow commissioners, I think that Commissioner Wright making this recommendation would clear up some questions and help me better understand before I make a vote.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. So there is a motion on the floor to send this back to the Planning Commission. Motion from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Thornton. I'm going to go ahead and recognize Commissioner Link to speak.
Yeah, I agree. This needs to be sent back to the Planning Commission. They denied this request, these amendments to this plan, and they denied the original plan itself, which greatly upzoned this property, I believe, from RM2 to CD, from 25 beds per acre to 200. There was a lot of controversy. A lot of people came out and spoke out against it. We got dozens and dozens of emails against it. But it was promised as a senior housing condo tower. And that promise has been reneged. And now they're coming to us with a student housing tower. So I think we need full honesty. We're talking about accommodating some affordable housing, but we don't even know if we have the ability to enforce that. I think the Planning Commission definitely needs to see this again. I don't know what else could be done to make me want to approve of this project, but if anything, at least the Planning Commissioners need to have another say on it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Turn it to Commissioner Wright, then Commissioner Thornton.
Yeah, and part of what I think is a better use for this property involves us being able to use the increased property tax revenue. Right now, it's about $4,000 a year. I think with either the plan that's already been approved or the modification to it, it could get us up to about $400,000 that we could then use in the community. District 4 doesn't have a tax allocation district. This could be a contributor to the community. But yeah, we can't embed that into a project. We would just have to do it once it came online. But again, we've got a lot to get through. We want the staff report to be thorough on what it is at this point in time. And I would just like everybody to think about how the last thing in my opinion, the last thing we want is UGA to buy it, because then there's no tax revenue. So it's a very unique piece of property. So, and I hope that we can move forward to where there is something of better use for it. But again, we need the whole package to understand that.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Thornton.
I really appreciate Commissioner Wright's perspective on this. Maybe I'm the only commissioner that has dove into the zoning and development arena. I would really like to have more education on zoning and development as a commissioner, so I can make good votes and productive votes. Usually I follow the recommendation of the commissioner in a particular area, but I hope we take this opportunity, since it's gone back to, if it goes back to committee, that for those of us that need a little bit more education on something this important, that's made available from us, Mayor Gertz. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And I definitely encourage you to sit down with any of the planning staff, Planning Director Brad Griffin, Bruce Lonnie, Rick Cowk, who's with us tonight. All are very knowledgeable and can walk through the nuts and bolts of the code and then particular properties like this one. Any other, Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up quickly on Commissioner Thornton because when Commissioner Houle and I both had introductions to the various departments, the planning department was one where I needed exactly what Commissioner Thornton is looking for. So perhaps we can work on scheduling something like that because I definitely need more of Zoning 101. So thank you for that suggestion, Commissioner Thornton.
We can absolutely do that, y'all.
Okay.
Thanks, Manager. All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of sending this item back to the Planning Commission?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. And so the Planning Department, Planning Commission will see this again. All right, we are moving on to item number 12, which is the Government Operations Committee report regarding the naming of streets and public places, and be glad to have anyone kick this off that would like. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so with this, I am submitting the CDO that was submitted last month, but with a important change after much discussion with commissioners and with constituents who this would affect. As we all know and was discussed before, there was a handful of renaming requests for streets and also for public buildings that had been submitted some time ago before this item was even discussed in committee. And those constituents brought up that it kind of felt like that the rules were changing for them, and I guess they were actually, right? So what this CDO addresses, the only change from last time, is a line that says any pending renaming requests submitted to Athens-Clarke County Unified Government before March 3rd, 2021 will not be affected by any changes or updates to this policy and will be immediately sent to the mayor and commission for consideration. So with this, the expectation to staff is that if we were to pass this with the CDO, I believe 5 renaming requests that have been submitted to a commissioner or to staff directly. We will wish that we'll have go ahead and move those directly to the mayor and commission so that we can consider those without them having to go through the new steps that have been outlined in this new plan. I've spoken to the residents who had those concerns, and they are in favor of us moving forward with the CDO so that they will not have to go through this new plan. And otherwise, I think this plan is great. It definitely spells out very clearly the expectations of anyone who's wanting to have renaming submitted. So I think in the future, this plan is going to be really fantastic, but we want to make sure it does not put any of extra burden on those who had already submitted requests. And that way it kind of fast tracks them and lets them go right before the commission so we can consider them on their own merits. So with that, I make a motion to pass this CDO.
I'm going to second that motion because I want to have a comment.
All right, I've got a few lined up. So Commissioner Thornton, then Commissioner Houle, then Commissioner Parker, and Commissioner Wright. Get my pen out.
I am. Is it my turn, Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay. I have tried to reach out to Commissioner Denson today, and I thank you for hearing the concerns that I shared with you, and not my concerns, but after talking to two of the people who were making the request. I didn't make no promises to nobody about nothing as far as this issue is concerned, but I do still have, and I really want to talk to you, Commissioner Denson, before this meeting, because the wording in there that commissioners could override or have a waiver to circumvent the actual plan or the proposal or the policy, I think that gives we can do that automatically without saying that. Each year, this policy can change from commission to commission. And I think saying that in this particular policy gives a sense of superiority, like we have power, or bragging about a power that I think is already in place. I don't think that language is necessary in this policy, and I would 100% support this and I have talked to the attorney about this. It's not a necessary piece of language as long as those organizations or groups that have requested a name change or addition still get the same grandfathering that you're talking about. Because I think using that terminology, it just sends the wrong message. So I'm reaching out to you, Commissioner Denson, to see, are you tied to, you told me you weren't, but we didn't change it. Are you tied to that language that we have the authority to override or waiver or change the policy? That's my question to you, Commissioner Denson.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. And just for clarity, it's the last item were exceptions. And it says the Athens-Clarke County Commission may make exceptions to this policy when warranted by exceptional circumstances. And like I said, I'm not tied to that. That was actually one of the language recommendations from the attorney's office that I included from their own recommendation. If the attorney's office says that that's no longer necessary, then that was not my addition, that was there. So I would be fine not having it if the attorney's office says because we don't need it.
Well, based on that, after talking to the attorney, that was nothing mandatory. And he was speaking from his experience, and I get it. I would feel better, but I want to make sure that does not supersede those names that already are in the pot. That's all I want to make sure. I don't want that to be the linchpin for those folks that already that have waited over a year. So I would assume we could still go on forward, removing that language, that sentence, and those folk would still be considered under the old policy. I think even Commissioner Wright even said this new policy could take effect as, there's some language that we could do there. I don't want to block those. I do not want to block those petitioners because of that language. That's my only concern was that if that was the only way we could do it through that language, then I would be for it. But if we can still honor those petitioners' requests and remove that language, I would be 100% in favor.
And Judd, you see that the combination of those two lines, removing the line that was referenced with adding this opportunity for submissions prior to this date, working in conjunction for this policy?
I do, Mr. Mayor. In respect to that provision that Commissioner Thornton is concerned about, I did recommend it. I mean, ultimately, though, I think it can be removed. It needs to be understood that the naming of streets and other, facilities or parks by a commission, local governing body, is a political act. So, I mean, you could always vote to vary from a policy moving forward, but if it causes confusion, I understand that, and I think it's okay to remove it.
All right. So, Commissioner Denson, Commissioner Thornton, you're simply modifying your motion and your second to remove that item, that one line that you indicated. Is that correct?
With the understanding that those two entities or three entities still have to be able to go under the, I don't think we want to use. It's funny because I don't think nobody wants to use the word grandfathering, but that's exactly what we're talking about.
So those submitted before the state.
Yeah, Commissioner Denson, are you okay with that?
I'm fine with that. And yeah, just to clarify for everyone, so then on page 5 of attachment 2, there are 2 things listed under exceptions. We will be striking the first exception and only leaving the second one, which technically does the grandfathering and the Commissioner Thornton.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
And I make that motion, and then I assume that Commissioner Thornton seconds that.
I do second it.
Perfect. Thank you for affirming that, Commissioner Thornton. I've got a few other opportunities for commissioners to speak. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a couple things with staff. Manager Williams, some of the things that have come up in our conversations with folks who have these outstanding applications includes the curiosity about how to go about the filing of paperwork. And so for future applications, is there paperwork that will be on the ready for staff to provide?
Yes,
modeled on to circulate petitions and things.
Yes, it's modeled on some other petition forms that we have for sidewalks and things of that nature.
Excellent. And the other one was for these applications, if we pass this tonight, that'll be forwarded directly to us in whatever form they're currently in. The ones for streets, will staff assist in the outreach to the residents of those streets to notify them of the application?
I believe that's part of the policy. So yes, we would continue to do that. Let me also clarify where we're at that point, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson mentioned 5, and I'm aware of 4 requests. There were 2 that were streets, and one of those was unofficial through Commissioner Parker. So Carriage Lane and Odd Street. And then there were 2 leisure services requests that we're aware of. So that's 4. Is there another one that y'all know about?
I believe I misspoke. Yeah, you're correct. It's 4.
Okay. And yes, so what we'll do, and again, I really appreciate the work the commission put in on the policy. I think the new one, is a lot clearer, and that's been said. We will just pass these on to you. The old policy says broad community support. I think one of the applications has 10, signatures. That's what staff struggled with, was what represents broad. In this case, it's clear. We will just pass it directly on to y'all for your consideration.
Thank you. Let me circle to those who haven't spoken, and then I'll get back to Commissioner Thornton. So I've got Commissioner Parker, then Commissioner Wright.
I think my comments were summarized by other commissioners already. I'm just really eager to see that those have been waiting for a long time, see their applications moved ahead expeditiously. And I want to thank them for their patience with us working through some of the kinks around this policy to ensure that it is, fair moving forward. But that's just about it. Thanks, Commissioner Denson, for the CDO.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, thanks. I was hoping that our meeting wouldn't be too late so I could do the formal commissioners of the one that's in my district. There's been a petition for several months. I was just included in the last couple months. And it doesn't happen really quickly. The last street naming or renaming that I was involved in took several years and several different attempts at getting a street that was agreeable. That was for Jenny L. Maddox Avenue that's now over by Linden House. So what I'm wondering, so first of all, I want to clarify that I do have one in my district that I'm working on. And I want to make sure that the policy is clear, which it does say that ones that are already in progress don't get eliminated by the updates, right? So on the statement about the pending renamings, see where it says and will be immediately sent to the mayor and commission for consideration? That concerns me because this process can't necessarily be immediate. And I was wondering if you could clarify what that means. And if we could move it forward without the immediate part.
Assistant Manager Edwards.
Yeah, Commissioner Wright, good question. Just looking at the 1992 policy, and this kind of also answers Commissioner Hoole's question. This, if y'all formally vote to accept a potential street renaming tonight, for example, the mayor and commission would then get sent to the planning department and work through the planning commission. There's a 60-day period, I think, if I'm reading this right, right in front of me here, in terms of giving notice so that people affected by the name change would have the opportunity to then speak to y'all and share through public input. So you're right, there is a process. It couldn't immediately come through and be done. So there is some time period that would be needed so everybody would know about it. Right. So then, Mr. Mayor, is it appropriate for the person, Commissioner Denson and Commissioner Thornton, who made the motion, to reconsider if we can just say any pending renaming request submitted before tomorrow will not be affected by any changes and updates of this policy? Because that would give time. I'm still communicating about, public street versus private street. This is all for Oriole, Callaway, and changing and finding an appropriate location for Dupper Lane. And this woman who had a tragic loss of life and her unborn child, her birthday's coming up on March 10th. And I just really don't want there to be any misinterpretation of how fast this has to happen as we work towards gathering the appropriate approach and notification of the name change for the people, because I want them to be able to say yes to the name change, and that takes time. So some consideration of the adverb immediately.
Well, Mayor, and if I might, I think I contributed to the confusion. So we're really talking about two different policies. One is street naming, which is slightly different from facility naming, and I apologize, Commissioner Wright. I was in my mind thinking about the two facility renamings, which don't have that notification built in. So thank you for catching that. I do mean immediately, though. I mean, we will just pass those facility renamings to you. And Assistant Manager Edwards is right. There's a delay and a process to be followed with the street renamings because, that affects people's addresses and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's an important distinction, Mr. Mayor, I want to make for the commission that there's two items for approval tonight. One is a text amendment recommending that planning proceed with a text amendment related to the renaming of streets. The other is a policy for renaming of, make sure I get it correct, policy that in the naming and renaming of public facilities, parks, natural areas, and amenities. That is the policy. And that is where that language has been added that Commissioner Denson has been discussing with Commissioner Thornton under the exceptions. Any pending renaming request submitted to Athens-Clarke County Unified Government before March 3rd, 2021 will not be affected by any changes or updates to this policy and be immediately sent to the Mayor and Commission for consideration. I will note that under the policy suggested change for the request to change the name of an existing public street, It says that can be accomplished, that request, which is what the assistant manager was referring to, can be initiated in one of two ways. A supporting petition signed by not less than 75% of all individuals who own property abutting the public right-of-way being considered, or a recommendation from the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission. But that's just the first step in starting the process as was discussed. Does everyone understand that distinction?
Well, and my point is that the one that I have that has already started for Thumper Lane is not to be this policy. It's to be the way we've done it before. That's what I'm trying to get clarification for, because it's already in the works, and I don't want it to change in the middle of the stream. And the exception on here is not giving us time to process what we've done before.
So essentially, the initiation is immediate, knowing that the conclusion simply by process can't be immediate. Is that understood by everybody?
Okay, so we're clear. Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure, because that sounded. So what you're saying is, if anybody is thinking about a name change, they need to turn it in officially by tomorrow.
All right, Commissioner Thornton.
I don't, and I guess that's why that word grandfathering is so important. I don't see anybody coming in tomorrow if this policy changes, is part of those four that have been in the wings for over a year. I want to make sure those folks that have been in the wings for over a year is in the fast start lane, Commissioner, right? And I guess that's why that grandfathering, and even you mentioned it when we discussed it, as of, a date. But I don't see this. There's only 4 on the books, and we need to give them the consideration that they've waited for. I want to speak very highly of Miss Mildred Lyle. She has been working. Everything she was told to do, she did. And even when these issues, when the changes came about in this last month when we tabled it, she worked diligently to make sure this happened. So I think for those folks that have been working on this is not going to be no big deal, because we did not sit idly, waiting for this discussion today. But anything after, if this policy passes, I'm not talking about no new recommendations. I am talking solely about those 4 that have been in the wings for over a year. Commissioner Denson, am I correct?
Yes, Commissioner Thornton. And I do want to just clarify that both policies, the text amendment for streets, attachment 1 and attachment 2, both have that language that about pending requests at the bottom of both, so it applies to both of them. I do want to specify that, and yes, it does have that date baked into the policy, Commissioner Thornton, of March 3rd, 2021. So any of these before that have started before that process, and the idea for me was to immediately start the process. I mean, I don't want anybody to expect that we're somehow going to pass these tomorrow or on Friday, but that they will immediately start that process when prepared to. But there are definitely, as Commissioner Thornton spoke of, some folks have been waiting for over a year and very much want that to happen immediately. So,
I think that's certainly clear to me. Thank you for all that, Commissioner Houle. Oh, go ahead, Judd. Did you want to jump?
I apologize to Commissioner Denson. I missed that language on the version I was looking at online, but I want to make sure I know where to put it. I see it in the parks, the policy for and procedure statement related to naming and renaming public facilities, parks, natural areas, and amenities. I didn't see it in the. I do now. I didn't scroll down. It is there in both of them. You're correct, sir. My apologies.
All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I just thought, now that we've got that clear, call the question.
All right. Any further input?
I have a question. Hey,
Commissioner Hamby.
See, I'm lurking in the shadows, but I'm appearing because of this. So the way I'm reading this, I'm gonna have to be dead for 3 years before y'all name anything after me.
Exactly.
We know that there will be some skeletons in your closet, and it's going to take us 3 years to put them out.
I'm sure there's a restroom somewhere that needs your name, Mike.
It won't take that long. 3 years, that's a long time. All right then.
Well, even though we're removing the
y'all forget people after 3 minutes.
Mike, are you suggesting anything less? I'm open.
I think a year is fine. No more than, no less than a year. I think, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that it's appropriate to say this at this point because she was such a good legislature for Athens. And, so Dr. Louise McBee passed away today. And she did a lot of good. And I could see I can see us recognizing that good in a more timely fashion. I would hope. I'm sorry to have to bring something sad into this, but naming something after somebody is usually a sad occasion. So I think it's important that we are able to remember and to recognize and do it in a way that people do remember and recognize. And so, at any rate, I just think 3 years is a long time.
Any further discussion, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, we discussed this at length. This thing was in committee for quite a while and went back to committee. And the idea with this policy is it kind of levels the playing field and brings some equity to it where anybody can request a name change. It's one thing for people like us to recognize, a famous legislature or somebody, who's been well known and a pillar in the community. But this leaves it open for other communities, where there are people who are respected in kind of microcosmic communities to go through the same process, and we decided 3 years was a good length. It's just a matter of equity.
And Mayor, if you don't mind if I respond to that, and I totally agree with you, Commissioner Link. I do. I'm not saying don't take out the equity of it all. I don't think those folks ought to have. I don't think anybody has to wait 3 years. That's what I'm saying.
Well, there's been instances where things have been renamed, and then a couple years later you find some nasty skeletons in closets, and so we determined that. And I think there were other city policies and other community policies that were similar, but we determined that 3 years gave a proper amount of time to assure that if any dirt were to rise up. Because unnaming something would be even more difficult.
Well, I'm not going to follow my sword on it tonight, especially not tonight, because if it kills me, y'all are going to forget about me. But so,
those public restrooms downtown, Mike, they look real good with your name on them.
All right, everybody. I'm feeling the vote coming on.
Yep.
We do have a motion on the floor and a second. Is there any new input into this process that would be helpful for the body before they vote? All right. Motion from Commissioner Denson as amended, as we've previously discussed. Second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. All right, it is just about 8:15. I've got a request for a short break. If we could break for just 5 minutes, be back at 8:16. I'd appreciate that. Information, you ready? All right, everyone, we are continuing our monthly voting meeting of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission with item number 12 on our agenda under the old business heading. We've just completed 12 and we're on to 13 now, which is T-SPLOST 2018 Project 11 and Project 12 regarding Riverbend Road. And I know that Commissioner Edwards has been doing quite a bit of work on this. I'm going to turn this over to you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is a CDO offered by Commissioner Wright, Commissioner Myers, and myself. And it represents a good partnership and collaboration with the University of Georgia. Staff, Manager Williams, and folks at Traffic and Engineering have done a great job here, really making the most of this opportunity, looking at a proposal to construct a multi-use path along Riverbend Road from College Station to Riverbend Parkway, and also includes an additional multi-use path from Lakeside Drive to South Millage Avenue. It's going to be a great improvement for this corridor, so I just thank my colleagues for their support, Commissioners Wright and Commissioner Myers in particular for bringing this idea for the Lakeside to Millage Avenue stretch. That was a great idea. And staff for collaborating with the University of Georgia for coming on board, great partnership here. The staff there, Allison McCulloch, always welcoming and a great partner for the government. So with that, I move that we approve this.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, got a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Thornton.
And with that second, I have a comment.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I am seconding this and supporting this because Commissioner Edwards has found a way that, or has probably started a way of working with the University of Georgia. I think that's important. And I appreciate the group that worked on this project, opening that door as we move forward to build a relationship with the University of Georgia. So I'm seconding it because of the potential opportunities in the future. And I wanted to commend staff, UGA, Commissioner Edwards, and the committee that was able to pull this together.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. Any further input on this item? Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just want to add on to this because I know Athens in Motion spent a lot of time working on this and thinking about it. And I think that this just actually builds on and makes a stronger, even a stronger alternative than we had that Athens in Motion was putting forth to begin with. And that's partially or very much due to Commissioner Edwards, and Athens in Motion also had some open discussions with UGA representatives to really start some dialogue there. And I wanted to say, I think in the CDO or somewhere in here, how the local government, UGA is working with us on the right of way and the easements, and they want to be involved in future decisions to protect the tree cover, which is great for the environment. But anyone who tries to walk or ride bikes in the summer knows it's really good for anyone outdoors. I also think having the multi-use paths down on the section by College Station is helpful. That section of Riverbend gets a lot of traffic going pretty fast, and there's a lot of people who go up to Riverbend Parkway. I see people on scooters going over there, bikes, walking, coming up from the College Station bike lane. So I think that's really wonderful. And I wanted to, thank staff for working with Commissioner Edwards and helping get that little path at the end for those many students who are living in the apartment complex. I think it's on Lakeside. What is it called? But anyway, it's a very big apartment complex. I went in there and I love the idea that they're going to be able to walk and bike over to Millage and just make it a little safer and provide more connectivity. So I totally support this. And thank you all for that work on it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input on this item? All right, we've got a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Thornton for this commission-defined option. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to item number 14, which is T-Splost's 2018 project number 6, the Firefly Trail subproject number 3. Who would like to begin? All right, Commissioner Davenport.
Hopefully this won't be too long, but I just want to get started by saying that, like, I do support C, and I understand the concerns from the community, and I hear my constituents, I hear the residents as well. Just a brief history. About a year ago, some of the residents on Carney Lake Road had approached me about some concerns that they saw, and I felt that as a commissioner to go out to listen to them. I knew going into it that that at least 90% of the residents in Athens were for staying on the rail bed, but I felt that it was my duty to at least listen to them. And when I did, I met them on a snowy day. We walked the trail. They showed me their concerns, and they, honest to God, brought to me a legitimate concern of economic impacts of what's going on the Carney Lake Road. So it's not to disappoint anybody, but what type of leader would I be if I just turned away 10% of the population and just told them no when they have a compelling argument? I'm here tonight to present to the public that compelling argument. I think there's a lot of misconception and a lot of confusion going on in the community when it comes to right-of-way and the property acquisition. These residents have deed in hand that will show that they bought the rail bed in due time before the decision or the idea was made or thought of, before the trail bed came through. Before the idea of a trail bed turning into a trail. And I'm going to present to the general public as well as to my fellow commissioners some of the issues that I've seen and that I would like for the public to see. And for me, it's more about the economic impact and the economic benefits. It is not to, as I've stated before, it's not to belittle all the supporters of staying on the trail, but it's just to show that, for example, with the murmur trestle, we already went over on the murmur trestle. In the completed section in the Winterville section, we've already went over on that. And when you look at what's going on in the Carney Lake Road resident, you will see the financial impact that will take place if we decide to go with A. And C is just a better option for me as well as the community. There's a lot of public benefit to it. Which one would be the tie-in into Coral Middle School, as well. There's already a proposal for a trail to go up Spring Valley Road, and that could connect to that. There's already a sidewalk there. It literally has less impact than A, because most of the C is already on right of way. So I open up for comments from my colleagues.
All right, thanks, Commissioner. I see Commissioner Myers.
Hi, Commissioner Davenport. I totally respect all your work that you've done and the way that you have really worked with the citizens in the Winterville area. I've visited the site 3 times, and I've walked all 3 trail options, and I've thought deeply about the Firefly options for this section of the trail. And as a result, I'm putting forth with Commissioners Edwards, Houle, and Parker, a commission-defined option for a variant of option A that will not go off to the not go off the rail bed into the backyard of one of the Oakmont Circle subdivision homeowners. The county staff are committed to working with the remaining property owners to compensate them for the use of the rail bed and to provide privacy screening of their choice, fences, trees, bushes, and with gates if desired. I understand many of the reasons why people favor option C. But providing the safest possible crossing midway on Moores Grove cannot be easily done because the traffic numbers won't warrant a full traffic light there or a four-way stop. We got a email today from the director of Georgia Bikes, the statewide bike advocacy organization who works with communities across the state on safety issues. And he explained that he has serious doubts that the intersection with Oakmont Circle meets Federal Highway Administration and Georgia Department of Transportation warrants for regular traffic signal. Despite the desire for such a treatment, we can't just drop a signal without meeting warrants, is what he explained. He went on to say that Moores Grove is a 50-mile-an-hour minor arterial road in rural context that carries approximately 5,000 cars a day, and that according to the 2011 AAA Foundation study, pedestrian fatality rates are 75% at when struck by a vehicle at 50 miles an hour, 90% at 58 miles an hour. These are exactly the reasons why the Athens in Motion Commission is adamantly opposed to version C. As a lifelong cyclist, I do not need greenways and rail-to-trail bike routes. I go on those dangerous roads. However, most people do not feel safe on roads with traffic. The Firefly Trail will be a place where people will bring families to ride in the safest possible environment without cars. So in the end, whichever option is chosen, I am convinced that the Firefly will be an asset to Athens-Clarke County and the Winterville specifically. I want to share something. I was out in Winterville on Sunday for my last visit, stopped there with Commissioner Link, and I went into the On the Vine store. The man who runs the store told me that the property owner was eager for Choice A because of the improvements it would get to his store parking lot. And the store manager who grew up there in Winterville was also supportive of either trail because he plans on setting up bike racks and starting to rent bikes. He sees the trail as a positive addition to his business. Another Winterville resident we heard from today said, think 2071, not 2021 in the subject line of his email, and added comments asking us to think of the future when trail users will bless you for choosing the safe and peaceful route on the old rail bed rather than the hustle and bustle of a commercially developed road. There is significant support for C. We've gotten 17 more emails in support of that route, but we've also gotten about 42 more emails in support of A. We made a commitment to Athens. We committed millions of dollars to both the Greenway and the Firefly, and the construction of these two rail networks will become an iconic and loved part of Athens. And thus, I am making a motion for the adoption of the CDO on version A.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I've got a motion for the CDO version of A from Commissioner Myers and a second from Commissioner Edwards. Further input? I see Commissioner Link, and then Commissioner Davenport again, and Commissioner Houle.
Yeah. First of all, I want to commend Commissioner Davenport for all the attention he's given to this, and all the listening and the. I don't know, he's probably been out there over a dozen times. I've been out there 3 times. I've closely inspected the particular area where there is conflict with 2 properties. And it would necessitate the moving of some structures, some sheds. And it's evident that conflict, those 2 homes on those properties were built before the railbed was abandoned. So it was an active railbed at some point when those homes were there. There are outbuildings that have been built since. But I've also heavily considered option C. And from the beginning, I've realized that option C could only be safe if there was a full-on traffic light at that intersection, which from what we understand, it does not qualify for it. Even if it did qualify for it, that would probably cost about $300,000, which would definitely put option C as the more costlier option. There are multiple driveway conflicts on option C, which does reduce the safety. But even if safety weren't a concern, the fact of the matter is a rail trail is a rail trail. the citizens of this community repeatedly voted on funding a rail trail. And by definition, a rail trail sticks to the rail bed. And upon walking the entire length of this section, to deviate from it would be a real loss to the community. It is a beautiful, beautiful section of trail. There's a portion where, most of it's sunken and you have these mossy granite outcroppings on either side, ferns poking out of crevices and rocks. It's a really unique microclimate, a really unique experience, and it would be a real loss to eliminate that portion from the overall trail. I've gone back and forth and weighed everything very heavily, but I am definitely favoring Commissioner Meyer's option A, CDO.
Thanks, Commissioner. We've got Commissioner Houle, Commissioner Wright, and Commissioner Davenport again.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll avoid trying to reiterate too many of the points made by my colleagues about why I'm supporting A, but I do want to take a moment to just praise Commissioner Davenport for facilitating a truly robust and respectful dialogue that has brought everyone to the table for a long time to go through a lot of these details. I really think we can't understate or we can't overstate how much difficulty is involved in that to really keep everybody really speaking to each other this whole time. And I think, still being able to walk away wanting to speak to each other after, despite disagreeing. So I just the largest tower of kudos to Commissioner Davenport for that. And I also want to thank the public. A lot of the residents who are directly affected have also met with many of us and have come out, probably a dozen times at this point. And hundreds of folks at this point have weighed in with their opinions on this trail. And, it takes a lot to get involved in this. So I can't understate or I can't overstate also how much I want to thank the public for really maintaining their advocacy and their involvement. Ultimately, after seriously considering Route C, especially after visiting the location, I've arrived at Route A in part because I feel that staff has very thoroughly addressed the concerns of residents around how the acquisition will play out with respecting the property owners who will be directly affected, as well as revisiting and updating some of their plans for the stormwater mitigation to avoid the flooding issues that some are concerned about, which left a big impact on me. And ultimately, the main reason is safety. And I know that we've talked about this a lot, but Route C, even with the best efforts that have been put forward to try to make it safe, would still be a 50-mile-per-hour road that we can't turn into a three-way stop. And that would just provide for a very, very dangerous crossing. And we want this to be an accessible trail for people of all abilities and ages. And so that's left me supporting A, even though I think some of the legitimate concerns, especially around environmental impact, really highlight that these are always complicated. There's never a perfect solution. And it really stinks that we got to disrupt a lot of what's there to make this happen. I did just want to ask one clarifying question for Manager Williams, which is if you could just elaborate a bit on what staff has done when they went back out and looked at the flood mitigation plan and how that stormwater infrastructure will be set up to deal with that problem if we go with Route A.
Thank you, Commissioner Houle. There are a number of mitigation strategies that could be employed on alternate A that I think overall the engineers that have looked at this feel like that it should it would be an improvement, and that is a mixture of open ditches and culverts, a new outlet structure, one of the ponds, pervious concrete, underground detention, an additional, with these open ditches, we can create some additional volume for some of the water that backs up there. But the engineers and the staff have looked at this and feel like that this, there are obviously there's some rain events that come once every so often that just overwhelm. But compared to what it is now, the engineers feel confident we can improve the situation.
And those latest cost figures that we got also did include those updates to that plan after they went out and visited again. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Manager Williams.
Is that everything, Commissioner Houle? All right. Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, thanks. We've heard a lot and talked a lot about this. Gotten Patrick's hard work for everybody to come out there. And I just can't believe that those of you that stood in the people's backyard think it's okay to disrupt the environment, the wildlife pond, take out all those trees. You're talking about severely disrupting 24/7, 365 days out of the year, those residents who bought that property outright for others to come in. I mean, we just passed a policy on naming that we're focusing on the people who live closest to the name change has a stronger voice of the impact of the name change. And now we're going to not give higher weight to the comments of the people most adversely involved. I'm just really disappointed. And I hope that you guys will rethink before we vote on this and go back to the original motion on the floor. And if it didn't get a second, Patrick's, I'll second it. The elected officials in Winterville want option C. I think that's important. We talk about ill will. I mean, we're supposed to be the same community, but it sounds like Athens-Clarke County outsiders putting this into Winterville for the recreational use for those in the bigger picture. And I'm not comfortable with the bigger picture vote and the detriment to the environmental impact and the daily lives of those people whose backyards. It's their backyard. There's a lot of people think that it's easement. It's not. It's their backyard. They bought it outright. And I'll yield the rest of my time to Patrick.
Thanks, Commissioner Wright. I want to recognize Commissioner Davenport before I circle back to, or excuse me, Commissioner Denson before I circle back to Commissioner Davenport.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I just wanted to also thank Commissioner Davenport for doing the fantastic work of really just being a constituents commissioner. And no matter how this vote goes, Winterville, District 1, and Athens are going to end up with a fantastic project, a project that's going to be something that people travel to Athens to be a part of. And I think something that a lot of other communities are going to kind of copy and really admire. And I think it's going to be an amazing thing. And I'm just excited to see it get created one way or the other. We're going to have this Firefly Trail. It's going to be wonderful for Winterville. It's going to be wonderful for Athens, and hopefully it's going to be wonderful for all of those counties that are going to hopefully jump on board and finish the route after this. So thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. Circle to Commissioner Davenport now.
So just from doing my research and my history, I think when people voted for this SPOS project, and I voted for it as well, a lot of people really didn't do the groundwork to actually look at where that trail went. So aerial views does no justice. Even staff has alluded to that some of the public comments on the dashboard were somewhat flawed. That there was some bias. But that some of the public comment was flawed on how the questions were asked. And I do have a and when people address concerns about driveway conflicts, there are 9 driveways on North Main Street as it is now. 2 of them are public main roads that go to churches, and 1 to a police department currently. And there's more traffic on North Main Street than there are on Morris Grove Road, even though North Main Street in Winterville is only 40 miles an hour and Morris Grove Road is 50. But as well, when it comes to safety, I do have a presentation, if you guys do not mind me sharing, I would like to present. And just a quick PowerPoint presentation. And this is for the edification of the public, as well as just to reiterate to my fellow colleagues of some of the issues that I see. And I practiced this beforehand. I don't know why I'm having trouble now. If any commissioner will, okay, there it is. Okay.
And Commissioner, you would at least have a third opportunity for the 3 minutes.
Yes,
so
if any commissioner
commissioners don't mind, we'll provide that in conjunction with this.
Kelly, do you mind if I ask Commissioner Davenport a question while he's doing this? Do those folks on Moores Grove Road, their mailboxes are on the other side of the street, right?
No.
Oh, do they have to cross the road to get to their mail, or?
Oh, yes, they have to. I'm sorry. Yes, I was thinking Carter Lake.
Okay, thank you.
Patrick, I think I may have to make you a presenter. I apologize. Okay. I thought I'd given you that privilege, but I had to double it up. You may try again, and then I'll circle back to everybody else. If someone would like to go, that'd be perfect. All right. I've got Commissioner Parker, Commissioner Thornton, and Commissioner Edwards, and then I'll circle back to Commissioner Link.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know it's really hard for us in deliberating around public policy broadly, balancing the concerns of property owners who may be directly impacted geographically with the concerns of the broader community. And so when we think about the term or the idea of like who's directly impacted by decisions we make, with regards to safety, which is my primary concern with having joined with Commissioner Myers on her CDO, I think about the novice cyclist who could be struck and killed at that intersection of Moores Grove Road being the person who would be most impacted by the decision we're going to make today. The safety of, children, families wanting to utilize this public resource. They're not just the, ease of access that they'll enjoy by getting to go out on a trail that facilitates lower level riders enjoying nature, but the actual physical safety of folks who will be out there partaking in this trail is ultimately my biggest concern. And so I just wanted to put that forward as something really important when we think about who is directly impacted by these decisions, and kind of detail a little bit about why I've chosen to support Commissioner Myers' CDO. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Parker. Commissioner Davenport, were you able to share?
Yes.
Okay.
So that share button, can everybody see the screen?
It's coming. It takes just a moment to load. Okay, there we go.
Okay. All right.
Got it.
All right. Okay. So, and I agree with my fellow commissioners that safety is a concern. I'm going to address some of the safety issues in this quick presentation, but I'm solely basing this on economic impacts and the benefits of option C. Okay. So this is a trail, as you see it now, going from Moores Grove Road, going from Athens Road, Moores Grove Road, all the way down to the race. It's a quick trip off of Old Everton Road near the bypass. And as you see at the top in the Winterville section, you see the Moores Grove Road and the easement and the alternate route A. This is alternate route A from Moores Grove Road to the easement, the area that we're going to be talking about tonight. As you can see, if you look past the blue line, you'll see a tree line. That's where the old rail bed was. And in between those, you can see the homes and some of the impacts that that I will discuss. Oakmont neighborhood is to the east. If you look to the top left, that will be going towards Core Middle School, and the bottom left, you'll be going towards downtown Athens. This is alternate route C. It's a little bit up close. If you look at the North Main Street and the trail that's already completed, it stays on the same side of the road. You don't have to cross Moores Grove Road, and it goes up Moores Grove Road, crosses at Oakmont, and then goes down towards the easement that we currently have. And I'm gonna start by the Autobahn, and I thank Commissioner Myers for mentioning the fact that the owner is excited about the potential of alternate A or the original rail bed coming through. But if you look to your right, you'll see, this is the old video, old Google Maps, but the trail bed is finished on to the right, and it will cross over into the off the vine. And there's a small house to the left of the circle that the business owner is interested in purchasing to bulldoze to turn into a parking lot. We're going to address some of the reason why he's going to do the reason why the business owners are going to bulldoze the house to the left to make a parking lot. We're going to discuss. So this is a typical day of the parking lot. This is literally just me randomly going out, taking photos. As you see red car, black car. This is the parking lot. So it's not always this packed, but on a general business day, this is the off the vine business, and this is a parking lot. So right now I'm gonna show you the type of fencing that will be. Just take a just don't forget about this fencing. So here's a parking lot in the back. So the trail literally, and I'm sorry for my rudimentary drawing, but the trail will go between those two parallel lines, and the squiggly lines with the dashes will be where the fencing will go. The circle to the right is the entrance to the parking lot, and the circle in the middle of the parallel lines is where the trail will go through the bushes. So where you see the X's, it will prohibit the parking for this personal business, because you have fencing on the side because you want to mark the trail, because you don't want traffic to be parking on the trail, and et cetera, et cetera. So you're gonna have to put up fencing, and you will see why this would financially impact the customer's business. And here's a backwards view. You see off the vine to the right, and you see the parking parking in the center, and how I'm standing right directly in the middle of where the trail will go. To the right, you can't see where the black truck is. The business owner is interested in buying that building to turn into a parking lot. Now, this is alternate A, the commission defined option. This is going from off the vine, which will be to your bottom right, going all the way up to the impacted property to your top left. So essentially, and I know you can't probably see the small little blue line, essentially the trail bed sits in a U-shaped bowl. So if you think of water, and if you look at the little blue line at the bottom, hopefully the public can see it, to the right of the blue line is where off the vine, the little business is, and to your left at the bottom of the little blue line is where the Clayton Road resident. So in that diagram before, let me go back, previous. So from Gordon Circle all the way to this resident's house, it slopes downwards by 6 to 7 feet. Okay, next. So it's pretty much as a U-shaped bowl, and that water is just going to flow from Gordon Circle right here all the way down to the impacted resident on Clayton Road. So we're about to see some pictures of this, and it will make more sense. This is Gordon Circle. We're crossing over Gordon Circle. So right now I am standing right in the middle of this rail bed. You can see the elevation, how Gordon Circle is above, just reiterates the fact that you're going to be sloped. It's going to slope down. So here's a picture view from Gordon Circle down to the impacted resident. The lines on both sides are earthen walls, just a mound, and it just I just want to reiterate that U-shaped bowl. So the water is literally going to flow from Gordon Circle down towards the impacted property. I'm going to show you a couple more pictures. It does not do much justice, but you can see how high this wall is. Now, from here, I'm going to show you Clayton Road to Oakmont, what's described in this picture, and this is from it's from this area to on the opposite direction. So to the impacted area, and this is where it gets really dicey. Now, I pray that the general public, as well as my colleagues, are paying attention. Okay, So at the Carter Lake Road, to the right, you see the bottom, and then where the easement is, so you have to go back and look at a map, but where the easement, it goes uphill. So from Gordon Circle to the Carter Lake Road resident, it goes downhill. Then from the Carter Lake Road resident, it goes up towards the easement. But when you think about water, water is always going to flow where gravity is. So right here is where you see the arrow, that's where the trail will go. And in front, you'll see a fence, you'll see a little shed. And to the left, on the top left, you'll see a pool that's guarded by a wall. The squiggly lines are all uphill because you got, it literally is a bowl or a bowl in the middle of this gentleman's property. So that structure in the front of you where the arrow's pointing, that's going to be impacted. The squiggly line to the left, to the right, excuse me, that's the other side of his property. So if you put a trail in the middle of this gentleman's property, he's going to lose the back half to the right of his property, because to the right is Oakmont subdivision, and that subdivision is divided by tree line and as well as a fence. And here's just a closer view of what's going to be impacted. The trail will go through this gentleman's fence, and it will also go through the little shed. The trees, because they're deep rooted, they're oak, I believe, and some stupid privet, but the oak trees will have to be torn down because of roots, as well as I just want to show you that to the arrows, it's still in that bowl shape to the left and to the right. It's higher elevation. I know this picture doesn't show much, but to the left and the right is higher elevation. I'm standing in the middle of the rail bed. This is where the gentleman's pool is, where you see the line at the bottom, and that's where the trail will go. And it's actually about a four to 6 foot incline up this hill. I know this picture doesn't show you any justice, but to the east is Morris Grove Road. To the west is Carter Lake Road or towards downtown. So essentially, this gentleman is going to lose the eastern side of his property.
Commissioner, just about finished with the presentation.
I can, if my 3 minutes is up, I can come back.
If you've got just a couple minutes left, go ahead and continue. I don't want to be discontinuous, but I do want to respect everybody else's time.
Yeah, so where the line is, that's where the gentleman's, where the line is, that's the trail to the X, that's going to be impacted. And the vertical line is another shed. And where this little circle is, that's an area where it gets a lot of flooding. And it's just a backward view. The trail will go between the tree and the shed to the right. Here's a fence line. We're going over to another property that's going to be impacted. Where the X is, you see a geothermal well that will possibly have to be moved. In the background, you can't read my handwriting, but that says fence on the vertical line. And to the left, the line that's going down the middle, that's where the trail is. But to the left, that's the other half of the resident's property that's going to be impacting. And of course, if you visualize it, both of these residents are going to want to have privacy wall put up. But the left-hand side of they're going to lose the left-hand side of their property. Here's another view. Now, this structure will have to be removed. The Firefly Trail goes straight through it. It's 160 foot. 2 double car garage full of tools and equipment. Here's another building. If you see on to the right where the trail will go, so the eastern part of his building may have to be shed off, or they're going to have to move the trail bed just a little bit, but that will affect option A. Here's another view of the side of that building. And here is Carter Lake Road, another view of the impacted properties. Here's a storm drain. One of the storm drains, the only major one that's in the Carter Lake Road, and it flows into this pond. The pond is probably owned and managed by the residents. If we go with option A, the city will have to take care of that. And if you put impervious concrete down, the water is just going to flow straight into this road. And you see at the bottom, floods all the time, just with simple rain. Usually about 3/4 of an inch, no, 1/4 of an inch. The residents don't mind. It's beautiful for them, but if you put down the pervious surface, it is going to flood that area and that road dramatically. And this is just where the easement is, and the second half of the last half. And all of alternative A and B, and C, is about 3/4 of a mile or 7/10 of a mile. Alternative C is only about 400 feet extra, but I'm about to show you pictures of the other half of the Firefly Trail, where the mayor of Winterville has suggested that we turn this little portion, keep it as it is, with no trail bed, but turn it into a pocket park. Don't put concrete down, but put benches down for people can get off the trail and take a walk and look at the cathedral of trees. And this is what it looks like. To the left and to the right, there are homeowners' property. They're going to put up privacy fences. But this is a beautiful area. Keep it natural. Just an alternative, so people can actually see the bed of the bed of the trail bed. And this is another view. Both you can see the size of the wall. And this is just a suggestion looking backwards of the park, of what it may look like. But just consider to the left and the right, those residents are going to put up they're gonna put up a privacy wall. This is option C. As you can already see, there's already sidewalk there. We're gonna have to move some. There's still some right of way. There's about 20 foot of right of way. Move some signs. Move some parking lot. There's a sidewalk already there that people bike, that people run as it is. I've seen kids in strollers on this thing. They cross the road safely all the time. As you see, there's the right of way. Here's another view. You see the space. You see that there's power lines that need to be moved. Unfortunately, hollow bushes need to be moved. Trail bed is already there. Here's another view from the unfinished section. You can picture in the middle, the trail bed will go in, and you cross the street at Oldmont. Yes, it's 50 miles an hour. But if you put a stop sign there, which will be warranted, even RFB, it should be safe, because the distance to the right towards Old Jefferson Road and Spring Valley Road is only about 800 feet. So the cars can, if you put the accelerator on, you can get up there. But even with a stop sign in the front, you'll be able to see that you need to slow down. And residents in this area are always complaining about the traffic in this area. So this will be good. There's another view of where the trail will go. Beautiful trees. It's nice. And that's it. But I do want to say that on the Winterville section of this part right here, there are over 16 different driveways and parking lots. 16 different driveways, entrances, and roadways that I think are more dangerous than the Morris Grove Road crossing, especially when you look at the Old Winterville Road and Spring Valley Road intersection. This area right here, I highly recommend that people go take a look at it, because the traffic light is behind the trail is behind the traffic light. But I thought I had this highlighted, but there are several neighborhoods, several backyards that we go through as well that are not being contested. So when it comes to safety, when it comes to the argument that these people are arguing about their backyard, I would say it's kind of flawed and unfounded. On Winterville Road, the speed limit is 45. There's a lot of heavy industrial trucks that go into the Hanson Quarry, and I yield my time.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. All right, I still have, Commissioner Thornton and then Commissioner Edwards.
I guess I didn't know that Commissioner Davenport was going to do such an educational presentation, and a very objective presentation, which I want to applaud him. I do support option C. And I think what I'm going to do is yield my time because my perception is more subjective. And I think that I do not need to try to pierce people's spirits being sensitive about this this position. But I hope that when we as I will say this, I hope as commissioners that we know that we represent the people. And more than once, we have not listened to the people in these areas. And I think that's unfortunate. We're making decisions. I think Commissioner Myers mentioned someone talking about 2071. And that's good and everything. But folk have invested their time and their energy. So I'm going to yield because I think that my passion is going to come up with another agenda item. But I do 100% support option C. The residents there, I hear you.
All right. I've got Commissioner Edwards, who we haven't heard from, and then Commissioner Link.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've walked this area a couple times, and I wanted to stress why I've come around to A, and that falls on two important points. Number one, as the attorney made clear at our last meeting, the farther we diverge from the original plan, the more legal exposure we have. So, of course, the attorney is hired to defend us come what may, but his position is unwavering that the farther we diverge from the original rail bed, the more legal exposure we have. We have folks like our former colleague, Commissioner Andy Harrod, who served as the director of the Rails to Trails Committee, who has made clear innumerable times publicly that the intent was always to follow along the rail bed. So I'm concerned about getting tied up in litigation and delaying the implementation of any path in this area. Number two is safety. Putting a road crossing on a 50-mile-per-hour arterial roadway deeply concerns me, especially since we haven't seen any fleshed out proposal of what traffic calming could be like there, probably because traffic calming is so complicated, as we all know, trying to work with a neighborhood traffic management program. I wish we could wave a magic wand and change people's behaviors, but they've been speeding well over 50 miles per hour, probably 60, 65 down that area for decades. And to send children across there, I just can't abide that. So that's why I'll be supporting A. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. And back to Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a quick anecdote, noting the potential economic benefits of the rail trail. I have a friend who lives in New York. He's a former Athens resident. He's lived in New York for over 20 years now. I just got a text from him last week, an excited text saying that he bought himself a little house in Union Point on the future Firefly Trail. People are excited to have this trail adjacent to their property. It's going to bring economic benefits all the way down the line. And who knows when that Union Point portion will be finished? It could be decades. But, I think that once this is built, folks will realize the value of it for the entire community and the increased values to their properties.
Thanks, Commissioner. They actually do have a demonstration mile in Union Point that's complete already. That's a part of how the Firefly has been evolving. Any further input? Commissioner Davenport, last opportunity.
Last opportunity, yes. I'm trying to use this wisely. So C is going to be the quickest and cheapest to build. The sidewalk's already there. Just go ahead and build. So also, if you actually look at the rail bed, is actually the original rail bed is actually not truly followed, especially at Hancock, Winterville sections. And when it comes to legal exposure, we went to bat for a cell tower. We go to bat all the time for gratuity clauses, but for some reason now we are afraid of some legal issues. And children already cross the road. People cross, children from the Oakmont cross the road to get to Core Middle School now. And when it comes to condemnation, I find it very odd and strange that we are going to condemn these people property, but 2 weeks ago we just praised and then a terrible action of condemning Black people properties. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right. Any further input before we vote?
Let's vote.
Here, I'll say something. I'm sorry, I haven't spoken yet, but I will. And Russell, you can shake your head all you want to, but I'm gonna say something. And I'm gonna say this.
Wait, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I said you can shake your head all you want to if I want to say something, but I have an opportunity to say something.
I didn't say anything.
Just address the motion, please.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hamby.
And what I'm going to say is Patrick Davenport makes a good point about a lot of stuff. I mean, we look at the stuff about lawsuits, but when it comes to condemnation or gratuities or anything else, we take the chance. And if I were the folks that are living out there, and if I had to take down my shed like that, I mean, you saw those sheds, you saw those buildings that are built on those structures, and that's a lot to ask of somebody, y'all. This is a neighborhood issue that Commissioner Davenport is facing here. This is a neighborhood issue, and Commissioner Link brought up, over in Union Point, it may be decades from here. What Patrick Davenport is offering us is an option C that does make it safe. It widens the sidewalk, but it also leaves open the option, as he talked about, putting a park there like Mayor Dodd Farrell wants, but also leaving the option open for future. We're not saying put a stop to the rail bed through a trail through the rail bed there, but we're saying it may take some time to do it. But until it takes that time to get people to buy into it and to get neighbors around there to buy into it, let's go with option C and do that and go from there. So, we just got through putting a multi-use path over on Riverbend Road that's going to cost more than the sidewalk. So why don't we look at what is needed over in Commissioner Davenport's area in Winterville and widen the sidewalk over there, but also leave open the door for the future. I hope it's not going to be too much future. We got another T-Splosh coming along, but for the future of opening the door to get people to buy into using option A, I think it's realistic to think that and to expect that. So I appreciate Davenport, Commissioner Davenport showed me around yesterday. It does highlight things when you're out there looking at it, and the presentation was good too. So thanks for letting me speak.
All right, thanks everyone.
I need to motion for a substitute motion for option C.
I'll second it.
All right, I've got a substitute motion for option C and a second motions from Commissioner Davenport, seconds from Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to kind of reiterate, as Commissioner Edwards pointed out, the legal and safety concerns are really what's paramount here. And I think the legal concerns really do provide a lot of space for this to slow down and for option C to maybe not even work out. Whereas we know we got a solid case with A. But when we're talking about representing the people, it's the people of this community who have voted for this project on multiple occasions with this plan in mind. And I totally appreciate that when we get into the details, when you go visit this site, you can see how it's easy to look from the helicopter view on a piece of paper and not appreciate the impact it'll have on the residents who live there. But I do think that it's clear that our staff is going to go about any changes that would be made to their property in a way that's very respectful to those property owners, that will substantively and fully address the flooding concerns, and that will also, help with any relocation or rebuilding that would have to be done to those structures on properties that have a lot of land. And really, at the end of the day, if we're thinking about long-term and even short-term, Athens in Motion is an organization that we've appointed with people who bring their expertise and do lots of deliberation around what's going to be the safest and best option for the community. And they shared in their letter that infographic that shows, and I did some trawling around the internet to look at other traffic study groups with similar numbers. And at 50 miles per hour and up, you are extremely likely to die if you are hit by a vehicle. And we don't have any way of slowing down that stretch of road that this crossing would be at. And any signaling that we can do still is a big roll of the dice. When we talk about the impact on the reputation of this community or this trail, and we talk about the impact on people's lives, someone losing their life crossing this road because a car doesn't slow down is going to have way more of a negative impact than the things that we're talking about here. And so at the end of the day, as imperfect as it is to have to go through with this plan, I really think that option A provides us the best option for the good of the public to safely and effectively use this trail long term.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll.
This is for option C.
For option C, the substitute motion.
Davenport,
Yes.
Parker,
No.
Blink,
No.
Wright,
Yes.
Jensen,
No.
Poole,
No.
Edwards,
No.
Myers,
No.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Yes.
4 yes, 6 no.
All right, we'll return to the original motion.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
No.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Blink,
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Jensen,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards.
Yes.
3 no, 7 yes.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. I do want to appreciate everybody trying to find the optimal version of the path for which they were advocates. I think part of what gets all kinds of legislative bodies or deliberative groups hung up is sometimes people not looking to heighten the quality of the version of a path that they would seek, and so that groundwork, literally in this case, is much appreciated by me. So thanks everybody for the effort you've given. I know everybody spent a lot of time ground truthing and spending time in the neighborhood, and that's meaningful to the people not only in that neighborhood, but I think countywide. So thanks for your efforts. We are going to move on to item number 15, which is the Clayton Street Public Art, which we saw in a work session just a couple of weeks ago. Any input on this item? Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. And as my colleagues are aware, there was a CDO put forward for this to address some of the hostile architecture concerns that we've discussed in the past. And I think some points were made by staff that are well taken about, not wanting to bring in things that are too tangential to this project when we're voting on this project. And so I just wanted to check in with Manager Williams about a couple things here. If we just go forward with approving this without the CDO version, do you have an idea of when and whether the conversation around hostile architecture would have to continue, or and to, I guess, make sure that conversation happens before any new benches or other such items are put in place?
Yes, and there were some other comments too about age appropriate. I think AARP Commissioner Wright brought up. So I appreciate you, Commissioner Houle, considering that we have a broader discussion about this as opposed to specking these in particular benches. And I would, ask the mayor that maybe perhaps in a work session we can, maybe inform people, what does hostile architecture mean? What does the AARP call for age-friendly, and just talk about it and see what the direction is. And then y'all can give us more broadly direction on the types of furniture you'd like to see, not only downtown, but in our parks as well. And then we can go about that in a very open and broad way. I think we have some time before we have to order those benches. So I feel confident if everyone agrees that we can have that discussion and get that feedback.
Be glad to place that in a work session.
Thank you, Manager, and thank you, Mayor. And I feel like this body's been fairly clear. At least the majority of my colleagues have spoken in favor of wanting to address this hostile architecture issue. So I appreciate us making space to have that discussion, which will honestly be, I think, better to have it more broadly about all of town and not just the Clayton Street corridor. So with that in mind, I'll make a motion to approve this proposal.
I'll second. I also have a couple things to say.
Go ahead, continue, Commissioner Link.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Hull, and I joined him in sponsoring that CDO. I would like us to have a conversation about hostile architecture or, these kind of street furnishings that prevent folks from laying down or reclining, with the purpose of discouraging homeless people in our public spaces. And I think that conversation can extend to issues beyond pedestrian safety to issues of homelessness. And obviously some decision was made in this local government at some point that we wanted that hostile architecture, those benches that prevent reclining. But we're not having a conversation about how to accommodate the needs of these homeless folks who gather downtown, and we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of when our work session was canceled when we were supposed to talk about homelessness. Our homelessness crisis has been exacerbated by the pandemic. So I would like to take this opportunity for us to continue to push for that work session and continue to encourage that conversation so we can start to solve these issues and find places for these people to go and hang out safely and obtain resources. I hear another encampment was cleared out this week. There are many layers to this conversation, and we haven't even attempted to have it, and certainly not had it publicly. So I just want to bring that issue up, and I joined Commissioner Hull in supporting this issue, this item.
And we're going to be hearing it members of the Homeless Consortium at an upcoming work session. So we've reached out to them so they can provide some opportunity for us to engage with them. I've got Commissioner Parker.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll briefly reiterate my support as well for Commissioner Hull's desire to see us think more broadly about policy around quote unquote hostile architecture in our community at large, not just the Clayton Street corridor, and look forward to having that conversation. Pivoting to another conversation being had around the particulars of this agenda item, there's been some conversation in the community about the involvement of local artists in projects like this, and concern that the artist being brought on for this particular project was in response to a national call, and it had some conversations with folks from the Athens Area Arts Council, I believe. I get them mixed up in my head, but I spoke with Andrew Salinas and Tatiana Veneruso about the opportunity for us to have a local artist apprentice as a part of this project, and they did confirm that since Hot Corner, they've begun the practice of asking all artists, local or non-local, if they're willing to work with local artists to emulate, as they did with Hot Corner, and Broderick Flanagan's involvement, that relationship and that capacity building through working together on public art. And so they, with the timeline for this particular project being somewhat up in the air right now, they haven't yet done an open call, but they do intend to reach out to local artists in the community as well as the public for input on what local artists would be appropriate for partnering on this project, to solicit their involvement, as well as have a stipend for that participation. So I just wanted to let folks know that who are concerned about, local versus national calls for artists, and let folks know that those opportunities are still coming down the road.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input? Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And just really quickly, I just want to add my comments that I would also like us to address any use of hostile architecture and therefore not have it anymore, and just any occurrences that we have. And to the concern about making sure that we have appropriate architecture and benches and such that helps the elderly, I'm fine with that. I think this all comes down to what our intentions are. And At times, sometimes the handrails were only in the middle. We didn't even have them on the outside, which shows right there that you could have them on the outside still helping the elderly. And to me, that shows the intention there wasn't necessarily to help people get up. It was to make sure people didn't lie down. I welcome that conversation and look forward to it. Thank you.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I just want to add that those rails in the middle of benches, they not only prevent people from reclining, they prevent people from snuggling up to one another, sitting closely. They prevent people from, setting down a baby carrier. They prevent a child from walking on the bench to fall into their parents' arms. There's a lot of impediments to those, and I really would like to see us come up with some kind of resolution that would prohibit us from using them in the future in any space, any public space.
Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor.
And then Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, so I appreciate everyone kind of sharing their thoughts on this. I think this is an important issue, and I'm glad that we're going to address it. But to bring it back to the item we are actually voting on, I don't want to overshadow the good work that's been done by the artists and many in the community to get this project to this point. And so I just want to thank them for what I think is a thoughtful design, and also echo Commissioner Parker's points about looping in other local artists and the collaborative work of getting this installed. But at the end of the day, while this has been an opportunity for us to have a needed discussion, I think, about the types of architecture we have around benches and otherwise downtown, and I'm glad that we're having it, I do also want to make space to praise this project as a good project, and I look forward to voting for it and seeing it happen. So
thanks. Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, Commissioner Houle, I'm just going to praise the architect and his hard work, and ACAC, ACAC. There's so many acronyms in this government, but just to praise them for the work and collaboration.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, everybody ready to vote? All right. We have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Houle, a second from Commissioner Link. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you all. Motion passes. All right, and as you know, we have three related items that connect to the affordable housing SPLOST project from our 2020 package. Item number 16 is the North Downtown Athens Master Plan. So that is the larger area that includes not just those areas where we'll be doing horizontal work, but the broader area around, and certainly happy for anybody to kick off the conversation or make a motion.
I make a motion that we approve the proposal for North Downtown. Is somebody second?
I'll second.
Okay.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton and a second from Commissioner Wright. Any further input on the master plan?
I just want to say that I have tried to reach out to all of the commissioners prior to this meeting, and was hopeful that concerns were addressed before this meeting, so we don't have to belabor this. This is a good start. We're nowhere near the finished product. There'll be plenty of time for input. I am working to pull together back the Bethel stakeholders. I spoke to several commissioners today. Especially, I'm reaching out to all the people that have had some questions to be a part or the stakeholders conversation. This is nowhere near where we need to be, but it is a good start. So I thank you, and I thank the commission and Rick Parker and Columbia and Christina Davis and Brian Willey and everybody that has gotten us this far, and the residents. I got to thank the residents of the community.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I just want to remind everyone that a master plan is not set in stone. It's not every single piece of what's depicted on this plan or these renderings is not going to happen necessarily. The plenty of that plan includes private property, and the development of that is up to the owners of that property. And it's also dependent on the zoning that's on the ground in that property. One need only look at the master plan of downtown to recognize that downtown is not developing in the way that was depicted on that master plan. So, it's kind of up to us to decide how we want to encourage that master plan to come to fruition via zoning.
It is up to us to decide, Commissioner Link. And I don't know who us is, but I assume you're talking about the commissioners. I have seen what we have done in other communities. This is up for this community to decide and the residents, and we have input. But let's not take this on as 10 people making the decision for a whole neighborhood. We need to do what we've been doing and make sure that the residents are and the partners and the stakeholders are working together. I get this sense of superiority that is kind of exuberating from some of us. So yeah, it is us to decide because we make the votes. But let's make sure we get the input and listen to the will of the people. I'm not going to go down this path where we start pulling stuff apart if we're not a part of the discussion all along.
All right. Any further input? Commissioner Myers.
I just want to say I support this, and I think it was a wonderful community effort that got somewhat hampered by our COVID, our pandemic, but the community input last year, and then even virtually as the group shifted and had to deal with doing things differently, was really exemplary. And I want to thank all of those people who are involved. This is a vision for our future. And I hope everyone has a chance to look at it more closely out there. And I'm glad to support this.
Thanks, Commissioner. And I do really appreciate members of the public being so engaged, particularly given the challenges of the last year and coming out to the open sessions, to commissioners for literally knocking on doors in the neighborhood and talking to folks and getting their input, and the organizational partners, the Housing Authority, Columbia and Jonathan Rose Company, for similarly being engaged and being here in the community. It's not as if these folks are hanging out just in their architectural offices. They really are wanting to hear from folks. And so while some of the nuts and bolts and some of the details certainly are going to vary as this evolves, some great themes have emerged, themes of public gathering spaces, themes of places to recognize the history of this very important neighborhood, or a couple of neighborhoods that joined here when first was employed by the Clarke County School District. The central office was right here on College Avenue, and so it was a place special in my time in Athens for that reason, and of course literally is in my backyard now. So I'm very excited about all the work that's gone on thus far, and absolutely the work that is still ahead of us. So Judd, is there an ordinance to read on this?
No, Your Honor. No, Mr. Mayor, there's not.
All right. Thank you. Not that honorable, trust me. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Hearing none, motion carries. And of course, the next item is directly related. It's the tighter proposed project concept. And for the public, this regards not the broader downtown, but that land upon which we are going to be utilizing the combination of SPLOST dollars, federal low-income housing tax credits, and private partnership to build new mixed-income housing. So would entertain a motion or garner any input from commissioners?
I make the motion.
Second.
All right. Had a motion from Commissioner Thornton. I apologize. Who's the second? Commissioner Houle was the second. Any further input? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, and finally, item number 18 is the related intergovernmental agreement for professional design services. that will kick off at least the first phase of what will ultimately end up on the ground in this location.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton and a second from Commissioner Link. Is there any input on this? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, 16, 17, 18 are in the bag. All right, we're moving on to item number 19, which is the Legislative Review Committee recommendation for review of the LEED certification program for members of the public. For many years, we've required that those unified government properties or renovations over 5,000 square feet be formally LEED certified. And the question put to the committee is that the appropriate designation, or should there be some range of other designations or considerations around the environmental sustainability of our unified government properties? So committee did great work. Any input on that?
Yes, I wanted to share with everybody and recommend that they read thoroughly the policy. It launched out of committee pretty strong into public input because of the activists and the activities and the connection with Commissioner Myers with 100% Renewable Energy Athens Group. So we have a great bit of public input that has come in, and I'm recommending this go back to committee on Thursday. We will be meeting, and we want committee processing of that public input, and I think that's the best place for it. And we've moved LRC to Thursday after the meeting so that it can get kicked right back here, hopefully for the next cycle of voting.
We can just sleep in City Hall and wake up in LRC.
And there you have it. And then I think that Commissioner Myers or anybody else from the committee wants to share, and we have some of the GOC members who could also chime in on this because of the longevity of this in our committee, but we are eager to get it out and underway and processed with upcoming buildings of ours. And this is for our buildings in Athens-Clarke County and our partnerships.
All right, before I move on to other input, there's a motion to return this to committee to digest public input. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Wright and a second from Commissioner Myers. I want to recognize, I think, and I apologize, hands went up quickly. So I think I have Commissioner Link, Commissioner Houle, and Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Link?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm glad to see this go back to committee because I feel like it does need some tweaking. I feel like there definitely needs to be something worked into it where this goes back up for review, say every 3 to 5 years, because the technology changes so quickly these days. That first and foremost. And I'm just wondering where we could work into the conversation, introducing ordinances or design guidelines that would compel private developers to incorporate these elements, these efficiency and green building elements into their projects.
I'll let the manager speak to that, but the committee did. It is hard to not try to do both at the same time. And I think right now we're trying to focus on being a good example of how it can work in our domain. And Melissa, on the Commissioner Link, on the feedback that you're wanting, if you will send that to the committee or to me to send to the committee, just sort of how you would capture maybe what we've done before in a review timeline to be inserted in there. So that way, when it comes out of committee, that will be in it.
Well, there was a green building ordinance passed in late, I believe, 2008, right before Mayor Heidi Davison left, and it was put on hold, and Mayor Denson never brought it back. That, of course, is extremely out of date at this point, but I'd like to have a discussion on this commission on reviving that. There was a big, well-qualified committee that came up with that. It's beyond time that we revive that and bring it up into the 21st century.
And I definitely recommend when we next gather to look into the coming fiscal year, putting that on the table as something that you may want to see us collectively put some energy and resources toward. I think you rightly recognize that, in 13 years, there's so much more we know about construction and sustainability than we did then. And certainly, I think some good other community models that we could look toward, even in this state. So, got a couple more bits of input. Want to turn to Commissioner Houle and then back to Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I want to thank first Commissioner Myers for really leading the charge on getting the CDO version of this together with members of 100% Athens, and I was really glad to work with her on that and with members of 100% Athens in general. I'm planning on kind of arriving at our committee meeting on Thursday, wanting to just give us back the version that's sitting here in a CDO form, but I can appreciate that, giving it some more time to really think through it in committee is worthwhile. And so I welcome others' input. Please do share that in advance of that meeting, ideally. But I feel like what we've got right now is a good place to move from, so that staff has clear direction on the SPLOST projects and things that are coming down the pike right now to be done efficiently and sustainably. But there's clearly more that we could do and I think should do. And I think a lot of that will be made extra clear once the work of the 100% resolution, advances to being, more codified with recommendations. And then echoing Commissioner Link, I think it would be great for us to look at how we can take things that are built into this policy and apply them to the private sector. And in my mind, the affordable housing component is the most urgent. So I'd love to see us tackle that first, then maybe pulling elements of how we're incentivizing inclusionary zoning can be paired with some of these sustainability efforts on our own property to have some kind of, sustainable building ordinance or, the equivalent of inclusionary zoning for sustainability, essentially. I'd love to see that happen as well. And I really hope that we can get there sooner than later. So.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I just wanted to put in a few things here that first, a big thank you to Michael Songster, who I've been working with the 100% Energy Initiative and is also on the Citizen Advisory Group for the Energy Plan. And he worked some with Andrew Saunders, who before submitting some ideas and talking with me about them. And one of the things that it does address, some of the points in here, Commissioner Link, is really making very clear that there'll be a review process periodically, and starting with the passing of the Clean Energy Plan, which should be coming to us in a year or less. And then that. Some of the other things that it addresses just really briefly are some reporting requirements so that we as commissioners understand more about the energy sustainability details of the buildings at the design phase, the construction phase, and then 18 months after as sort of a follow-up, and does also try to start addressing EV charging for vehicles, including the vehicles that we have in our own fleet. So those are the major things that some of these revisions are that I'm suggesting, and I'll share that with the LRC tomorrow again, so we all have it at the top of our inbox, and that we can address on Thursday. And if anyone else has any ideas, again, as Commissioner Wright said, please get them to us.
All right. There's a motion on the floor to send this back to committee. And Commissioner Houle.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Myers, could you send that to the full body just so everybody can have a chance to share their thoughts before our meeting?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that.
I realized after I spoke referencing a CDO that we actually never turned it into a CDO because we were planning on taking it back to committee. So everyone hasn't seen it.
Yeah. Yeah. So great.
All right. Motion in a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. So carry on LRCers. All right, item 20 is an amendment to the legislation that created the Classic Center Authority, and you see the text of this in your packet along with a letter from Ryan Brinson, who's the chair of the Classic Center Authority, for the members of the public. This would broaden the revenue stream potential on properties that the Classic Center Authority manages for the unified government, to allow revenue streams to include things that may not be directly hospitality related. For example, they're going to be hosting a senior condominium dwelling, and they've noted in their letter that the construction activities would still require commission review, as would any funding. So turn it over to commissioners for comment. Commissioner Hamby.
Sure, I'll just make a motion to approve the request.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, so I just want to make it crystal clear that any activity that the Classic Center is involved in, whether it's transferring property, buildings upon the property that we've transferred to them, and the sorts of activities that count as revenue stream or that would become revenue stream, those would all come before this body for approval. This just gives them the ability to even ask for those alternative activities as a revenue stream. Is that clear?
That is clear, Mr. Mayor. As the letter points out, those type items as described by Commissioner Link would have to come out to the commission, and that's because the enabling legislation for the Classic Center Authority requires that, and I confirm that at the request of Commissioner Hamby. And so I feel comfortable with that legally.
Okay. Thank you, Judd.
Thanks, Judd. Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, and just to clarify for me, in the original intergovernmental operations contracts with the Classic Center for the work with the arena, we were including the Downtown Development Authority in there because of their ability to do some of this financing, and also one of the authorities. Am I getting that correct? And now we're enabling the Classic Center Authority to do that themselves so that we no longer have to work through those other authorities?
Correct. Yeah, we don't have to use another authority as a conduit.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. There's a motion from Commissioner Hamby and a second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right. We are moving on to new business. So to do this, I need a motion for suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
All right. I've got a motion for suspension of rules and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries. All right. Item 21 is an item I asked to put on the agenda, which is an extension of the Athens Eats Together contract. Of course, in the midst of COVID, we've provided extensions for some other activities, wanting to ensure continuity, and particularly given the hunger that's been concomitant with the pandemic and economic crisis, and the volume of meals that were being provided. I wanted to ensure that there was continuity of that meal provision that has been on the order of about 2,500 meals a week. And so as written, this would allow the funds originally allocated to continue to be expended until the end of May. I know commissioners have looked at a nearer term horizon and continue that contract. So go ahead and turn it over for discussion.
I'll just begin by saying that I wish I would have known earlier that this was even a consideration. I did not realize that so much money was left over. I do hope that we will hear some other possible proposals or recommendations, because I feel as though we shifted that money, and history is a good thing, because this money started with the prosperity package, moved to the resiliency package, and I do believe that if we had stayed on the same road of the prosperity package, we would have been able to help a lot more people in a lot more ways. So I'm going to I totally don't agree with the proposal as was submitted. I think there was a piece in there about data being collected by UGA, which I totally object to. And I'm gonna leave it at that. But from what I saw, from what was sent, I don't support the way it's written, but I am willing to, I'm willing to support something with Athens Eats, but not the way it was written.
I saw Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And I have definitely greatly appreciated the Athens Eats program. And since we initiated it back last year, I've been volunteering with it every week. And I've been able to see the people that it helps on a weekly basis and who rely on it. And it's definitely been, it could always be improved. And hopefully we can improve it. It's been an efficient and effective way to distribute food during these extremely tough times. And I think one of the most interesting data points that I saw was that about 75% of the people who are taking this food distribution are people who've never relied on emergency food distribution before in their lives, which shows you that these times have really put an extra strain that hasn't been there before, and it just compacted it. So I definitely am glad that we can move forward, continue this program. As Commissioner Thornton pointed out, I think that this whole thing was definitely rolled out in some problematic ways. It'd be definitely better for us to have a little more information and knowing of when the contracts are ending and yet need to be renewed. But either way, here we are. It is an important program that people next Monday are relying on to have food for their family. And so I think it's integral that we continue to make sure that food is being delivered on that Monday. And I know that Commissioner Hamby and I have talked to work on a bit of a compromise proposal that will fund this for a couple of months, but also kind of steer us in the direction of what Commissioner Thornton was bringing up, that we can open this up to proposals from other organizations that are also doing fantastic work and that also deserve to be funded. And we'll also, I think, create a process for us that will prepare us for future federal funding that we know is coming. And that way we'll be better prepared for when it lands in our laps and can use it more effectively and efficiently. So with that, if Commissioner Hamby wants to, I would suggest if Commissioner Hamby wants to present the compromise that we talked about, the language he has.
You can go ahead.
Okay, well, sure will. So it basically does 3 elements. It approves the Athens Eats Together contract extension in the amount of $510,000, leaving an excess of $460,000 out. So that will basically fund it out for half the time of the 120 days that we were speaking of. Putting it past the next April voting session so that we can revisit it then when need be. The second thing it does is Commissioner Hamby had a list of organizations here that many of them have received funding through COVID relief programs we've done in the past, but some have not, and but are still definitely doing integral work in our community. And many of them have been left out of the process of receiving these funds in the past. So there's a list here that we're kind of using as the beginning process to request RFPs to be submitted to us. And the exact language here is organizations listed or others who can provide food, housing, and homeless services may submit a proposed scope of work to HCD, Housing Community Development, that may include partnerships no later than March 16th. It's a quick turnaround, but again, we want to get these funds out and about and get them out there helping people. And the last element is the Mayor Commission shall consider and vote on proposals no later than April 5th, the voting session for next month. That way we can go ahead and fund the Athens Eats Together program that the Council of Aging and other partners are doing. And also be able to continue all the programs that go along with that, such as the Give the Pulse and everything, so that work can continue. The volunteers are still being pulled in. That volunteer database that they rely on is still happening. But opening up the RFP process in a structured way, which we haven't done in the past with this money, will be put in place in a pretty quick way, and we'll be saying that we're going to be voting on this at the next voting session. So I make a motion for that CDO.
I'll second, and if I could add some comments while I'm at it, that'd be awesome.
Go ahead, Commissioner, and then as soon as you're done, Commissioner, I want to recognize Commissioner Hamby and Link.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm really glad we're having this conversation about how to diversify our community service and build capacity among organizations that do have existing networks in the community, but lack the resources to effectively meet the needs of those that they're working with. And I had a great chat with Commissioner Hamby on Monday about that need for diversifying our community service. Spoken to many leaders in the program slated to benefit from the alternative proposal about how much this funding would mean for the work they do. But I think that I think back to last April when in our CDBG process I pushed to cut funding for one program in order for EADC that does really great work with the people in my district to get more money. It forced a conversation around how we can fund both programs so that people from who exist in one community and might benefit from one program get those services, and then we can boost the capacity for homegrown groups that need it and who have been historically under-resourced. And so I understand a lot of the motivations behind this alternate proposal and some discussions that were had over the weekend, and I'm really excited about the opportunity for us to rather than see it as a zero-sum game, take advantage of the tens of millions of dollars in federal COVID relief that are headed our way shortly to ensure that everyone who wants to do good in our community, gets a fair shake to do so, and it is long overdue. So I'm really glad for those that worked over the weekend to, ask hard questions, figure out how to move forward in a equitable manner, and that we've come to a compromise that I hope will, make everyone happy, including the folks that need the resources in the community to do this good work.
Thanks, Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Hamby.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And I do want to say I appreciate the discussion here, and I appreciate Commissioner Parker and Commissioner Denson. And y'all, I've been thinking about this a lot, and thinking about our inclusion, our equity, and how we're trying to diversify. And I think this COVID thing has kind of shed a light on a lot of that, and it should have shed a light on it a lot before COVID, to be quite honest and frank with you. And also think about how we operate as a government body, and sometimes how slow we can move. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to blame anybody really. I think it frustrates all of us, but we have to, certainly as we saw with the Firefly, take some time to develop good policy and good things. But I also think sometimes we have to be, and we are oftentimes put in difficult decisions, and we often have to make uncomfortable decisions. And I know we discussed about doing some sort of RFP process moving forward. We're given, Council on Aging, Athens Eats, $510,000 to get them through the next couple of months. What I'm going to do now is going to make some folks uncomfortable. I apologize for that, but I think it's necessary, because I think we need to show that we care. We want to make sure that the organizations that have also been helping us beyond the Council on Aging, who are offering food services and doing a good job, continue that. But also there's other organizations that we also have seen the need shift to where there's homeless. We just got through talking about hostile architecture downtown, and where our homeless neighbors can sleep. I mean, instead of a bench, let's try to give them a bed to sleep in. And I think that's important. And I think y'all think that too. I don't think you think that. I know you think that. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make, and Tim, I'm sorry, but I'm going to make a substitute motion that ties some money to some organizations that we have already funded through the CARES money, And so there's a contract out there that exists for many of these folks, but it also, so you can extend the contract for them like you're doing for the Council on Aging, but it also shows that we're trying to build capacity for a lot of these smaller organizations that are helping us improve our community. Part of the problem we see, and y'all know this, I mean, even when some of these smaller organizations try to get CDBG money, they have to have sort of the experience in order to qualify for that CDBG money. They have to have it's almost like buying a house. You have to have the credit in order to buy the house. So let's help build up some of these smaller organizations that can do that. There's one here, in Farm to Neighborhood, who does a great job of providing hot meals. I used Farm to Neighborhood when I was running for re-election. She cooked 200 meals. President of the School Board, Lakeisha Gant, and I did this effort, and we passed out 200 meals in two days. So building, and the problem is some of these organizations aren't able to get the CDBG money because they don't have the background. They don't have the sort of thing they need to put on the resume in order to say they've got it. And then, we've got this CARES money coming hopefully within a couple of months. I know Mayor's been working hard on that to make sure that we're getting our share of it. And so what we need to do is set up the process. So what I'm suggesting is let's set up the process. So I don't know if we're going to get the money. I hope we do, Mayor. I hope you're doing a good job of getting it for us. And I think what we need to do is start laying the groundwork for what that RFP would look like once we get those dollars and what we expect out of those dollars. But what I think we ought to do is to go ahead and fund the Council on Aging for the next 2 months, like we said we were due, and continue that. But I also think for these other organizations, let's at least try to get them a month's worth of work so that they could also help us with what they've already been doing, like with rent assistance, like with food assistance, and like with homeless service assistance. So what I'm going to suggest here, and I've sent this to y'all, but I've changed some numbers on it, so bear with me if you don't mind. So all of these are listed as food, housing, and homeless service assistance. So what I'm going to do here is go through this list real quick. And I think we've hit on a lot of, we may not have gotten everybody, but everybody can come to us to get to the RFP process coming up. But here's where I'm going with this. So Habitat for Humanity, food, housing, homeless services assistance, $40,000. Athens area homeless shelter, the same thing, same target services, $40,000. And by the way, I'm hoping the homeless shelter becomes an independent agency for us here at the next budget. Casa de Homicide, $40,000. Been doing great work for us in that regard. EADC, $40,000. Farm to Neighborhood, who can help us and help the Council on Aging provide meals as well at $40,000. Sparrow's Nest has been doing great work in providing help with the homeless population here in Athens. $40,000. Council on Aging Athens Eats, $510,000. That's a little bit more than half of what this would ask, that what they're getting for. Athens Land Trust, food, housing, homeless assistance, $40,000. And I'm hoping that they also become an independent agency here soon, because they have been doing with us affordable housing projects for free for the past 15 years, and I think they do a good job and need us to make sure to keep that going. The Advantage Behavioral Health System Hotel Shelter Program, that's been a huge success, $20,000. Live Forward, food, housing, and homeless services assistance, $40,000. The ARC, food, housing, and homeless services assistance, $40,000. Project Safe, food, housing, homeless services assistance, $40,000. Athens Alliance Coalition, $20,000. And People Living in Recovery, $20,000. People Living in Recovery is one of the newer organizations, they've been doing a lot of work. and they help with a lot of folks with second chances and housing and homeless services. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to approve the proposed Athens Eats Together contracts extension in the amount of $510,000. The second thing is develop and execute contracts for the other community partners listed, assistance type, and funding indicated. So develop those contracts and let's get them out, spend a month getting them out, and spend the next month executing. And then by that time, hopefully the CARES money will be here and we will be having an RFP in process where these same organizations and others can apply for that money that the mayor is going to work hard on getting for us. Authorize the mayor and ACC government staff to execute all related contracts and documents. Y'all, what this does is it gives people a chance. It gives the partners in our community who are helping us solve our problems a chance to help us continue to do that, and it helps us address the equity and the inclusiveness of organizations. You know, a lot of times we go to the well-known organizations who have done a good job for us, like Council on Aging, but there's new ones that are coming up that need the help too, to help build that capacity, the same type of capacity that the Council on Aging is building for us. I'll say this, and I'm gonna hush, that you know, one of the things that we've learned in this sort of COVID crisis, and we've got the food covered. Now we're going to get some of the housing covered and some of the homeless covered with some of this other stuff. But one of the things we've learned during this housing crisis, and this was in the agenda report and some of the questions we've been asking this week. You know, I know we sent out the RFP for the prosperity and resiliency stuff. Oh, I forget when we sent that out, but we didn't get any feedback back. So we had to do a sole source with the Council on Aging in order to distribute the food that we needed to distribute. And that told me something right there that, you know, and I'm glad the Council on Aging, like I said, great job, great people, great organization. But we also need some other options in place just in case to help the Council on Aging, but also to help the community. So, and to help it so that we don't just have a sole source, if you see where I'm going with that. I mean, that's the thing there. So I hope what I'm doing is making that motion with all that I just read, and that's my substitute motion. Thank you, with those amounts associated with them.
I'll second that.
All right, had a substitute motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Wright. I still was to hear from Commissioner Link.
Yeah, thank you to Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Denson, and I support Commissioner Hamby's notion of distributing these funds in a more equitable manner among these agencies that have been doing other work besides food distribution. There is a dire need for rental assistance and utility assistance. You know, we need to recognize that we are in the waning stage of this pandemic. Things are looking up. A lot of elderly folks are vaccinated and are more comfortable going out in public and, you know, running the kinds of errands that you know, they used to run. I mean, a lot of folks, I personally know folks who have just started getting this Council on Aging food deliveries because of the pandemic. They were able to take care of themselves fine, but because of assorted health conditions, could not leave the house, would not go into a grocery store. But soon enough, they will be able to resume those public activities because they're getting vaccinated. Kids are back in school, so their parents can get back to work. Their incomes are going to be picking back up. More and more people are going out into the public sphere. Teachers will be vaccinated very soon. So, you know, these local businesses that have been suffering because they're not getting people into the doors because people were afraid to go out, they'll start picking up. Things are looking up. So the needs, especially for food assistance, the needs will start going down. But in the meantime, folks have piled up bills. And I got a call just yesterday from a lady who was facing eviction. She had called multiple agencies to try to get that rental assistance. They were all out of money. The money that we gave these agencies for that kind of work is gone. There was one agency I sent her to that's almost out of money. And we need to get that rental assistance back up and accessible. So that's why I support this CDO that expands the scope of these funds and includes that rental assistance portion. And it allows the Council on Aging's food distribution to continue, at least for a couple months, and there will be more money coming in. And quite frankly, in a couple months, the need is very likely to be much less dire.
Thanks, Commissioner. I haven't heard yet from Commissioner Edwards, and then I'm going to circle back to Commissioner Parker if there's no one else.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that there's an eviction moratorium right now and the courts are closed, so we do have some relief within that regard. I won't be supporting this substitute motion. To me, the precedent this sets for distributing funds outside our established procurement and RFP process, basically on the floor during a regular meeting, just diverges too far from any sort of norm for me to get behind. I think a reasonable proposal has been put forward to have a 2-week RFP window to at least get some objectives and screening and information from organizations before we just give money. And so the legal risk inherent in appropriating money on the floor of a meeting of this body instead of just waiting 2 weeks, I fail to see the justification, and I think that it would put us in legal jeopardy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I had Commissioner Houle, Davenport, Thornton, and then Parker again.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, and since you didn't know, Mayor, I didn't speak yet. You said again. I don't know if you had marked me off as having spoken.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't including the seconding the motion. Okay, never mind.
Go right ahead, Commissioner Houle.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the concerns that are being raised along, really necessary lines about how we need to go about these contract awards with equity, and that we really need to think about what the most pressing needs are, and that housing and utility assistance are, I agree, the most pressing needs and where we need to put a lot of work. So with that in mind, that I would encourage my colleagues who have yet to collaborate to get on board with the Project Reset proposal that Commissioner Denson has been pushing and inviting people to get on board with for months. That is a proven thing that other counties in Georgia are doing to relieve people who are facing eviction of their overdue rent. It's a great way of spending CARES money. It's something that we know can work. It's a great plan to try to put in place to make happen. And there are indeed other organizations doing similar work around rent and utility assistance that we need to be funding. But when we talk about equity, one of the fundamental components of equity is transparency. And while I think there is a valid critique that we were given this proposal in writing on Thursday, and we should have had more time with it, I fail to see how it is in any way more productive to then make up from a list we wrote up on a napkin before the meeting or during the meeting, a list of orgs that we want to give money to. And I can't imagine how it'll look when we ask, how did we pick this list of organizations? And it's, well, because they served dinner at my campaign event. I mean, the truth is there are plenty of organizations in this community that are doing very, very good work, important work, crucial work, critical work that need funding. And we absolutely should engage with all of those organizations. We should invite them all to the table, and we should do it with urgency. But I don't see how we're doing any of that by making up a list in the middle of the meeting to appropriate $1 million.
Mayor, I need to respond to that because I think that was a direct attack on me, if you don't mind.
Commissioner, I'm going to go through the folks who are lined up. I'm going to go to Commissioner Davenport.
Yeah, just a quick question. Make sure I read this agenda item correctly. Is this? Can you explain to me the time sensitivity
of the Athens Eats together?
Yes, right. Can we put this on hold or?
Well, Commissioner, the intent was to ensure continuity because these are meals that are going out every day and are lined up through, essentially what you might think of as a sort of a mini assembly line of meals. A little more than half of them, about 52%, going directly to individuals' homes, and then the remainder, the balance, sort of going to more congregant locations like schools. And so they're folks, essentially waiting for those meals to be delivered, as that may be their only source of sustenance in many cases.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Had Commissioner Thornton and Commissioner Parker.
Of course, I am going to support this motion, but I wanted to share with you, and I thought I could pull it up, but I am supporting this motion because I received a text from a young lady, and it says, "I am a single mother of 3, and due to COVID in December, I lost my job, and in a few days from eviction. Is so much, and I just have nowhere to go at this point." And that to me speaks to what Commissioner Hamby is talking about. I've sent this lady to several agencies that were giving out money before, and the money's gone. And when some things become a sense of urgency if it's just for one person. As proactive and progressive as some of us claim to be, I don't know why now we get so stifled and so fearful of going to court. Our job as commissioners is to help the least of us. And sometimes we got to take that risk to make sure nobody's left behind. That lady's text is echoed by so many other folk, but they just don't have my phone number to call. So what you would say 2 weeks is no big deal, 30 days is no big deal. For some people, it was a big deal 2 weeks ago or a month ago. And we need to step in. These are unprecedented times. This is not usual circumstances. And I'm really disappointed that we get so politically correct that we can't step out and help somebody that is struggling. Now, I'm going to vote for this. And the only thing I can also say, I believe that out of every bad situation, something good can come out of it. When we got this information and worked on it all weekend, because we got the information late. Let's be clear about that. We got the information on Friday. Yeah, maybe we did jump through some hurdles and pit holes just to try to do something that we know was going to be beneficial. But I do want to make sure after this discussion, whatever this vote turns out to be, that we still can work together. But it's been tense these last few days, and it's been very stressful for some of the commissioners. There's been some breaching relationships on this commission. But I'm always going to be for the folk that I represent. And when we talk about Athens Eats, I think Commissioner Hull brought it to my attention. The majority of folk that received food were African American. I guess you saw that on the report. Well, how many African Americans were vendors for Athens Eats? So let's balance it out. I'm committed to this. whatever way this goes, I appreciate Commissioner Denson's effort. I definitely appreciate Commissioner Hamby's proposal, but let's start working for the folk that we represent.
I pulled up while we've been conversing the new statewide rental assistance program. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. It was, at least in my view, one of the unfortunate characteristics of the last couple of federal programs, the one that passed Congress in December and was signed by the old guy in January, and then the CARES Act last year, that those routed through the states in many cases, and that was true for communities of under 200,000 like our own. But the Department of Community Affairs has stood up a website at georgiarentalassistance.ga.gov. Again, that's georgiarentalassistance.ga.gov. I know that it's inceptual. I certainly hope that the folks over at DCA are getting the aid out quickly. I would hate it to be the case that the coming federal aid that will come directly to Athens-Clarke County actually gets to supporting people faster than the aid that was approved in January. We will see how that plays out, but I at least want to make sure everybody is aware of that statewide program availability. I'm going to go ahead and turn to Commissioner Parker and then Commissioner Link.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a couple of questions about the substitute motion on the floor. Where can I find the numbers that were cited for the funding levels for the various organizations as well as the organizations themselves? Commissioner Hamby?
Commissioner, you may answer that, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Commissioner Parker, that was sent to you, I think, yesterday morning. But what I'd like for you to do is there were changes that I read basically to satisfy and meet the needs of the Council on Aging Athens Eats at $510,000. So the other ones, and that came from, you remember we had the Athens Homeless Shelter at a little bit more money, so we dropped that down to help them get through the fiscal year so that they can maybe be considered, hopefully, for the independent agency, and we dropped down to Athens Land Trust as well for the same thing. The other changes, the other two changes were we added Live Forward and the ARC in the thing, recognizing that the work they also do. So
okay, so is this down in the version that everyone has access to?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Oh, is this down somewhere publicly in a version that everyone has access to?
I don't know if it got posted on the website or not, but I don't know about that. But I think we're presenting it publicly tonight. We only got the information on Thursday, so that's been the problem with it. There wasn't any back and napkin sort of stuff, but it was presented on Thursday to us. So, certainly we had some opportunities to look at how we could broaden the scope of services for this community.
Could you talk to me about how the numbers were calculated?
Sure. Yeah, the numbers are calculated because if you remember back in September of last year, we allocated it was approximately about $200,000 to each of these organizations. They're getting $40,000. So recognizing that $40,000 number is probably a realistic number of a monthly sort of thing that they could operate on in order to help get to the next CARES package that the mayor is working real hard on getting for us. Oops, where'd you go? Getting for us, so that's based on that. Similar to how we based the Council on Aging Athens Eats number at $510,000 for 2 months. These others are based on what service is projected they could provide within a 1 month service.
Okay, and where can I find the list of services that they project they can provide with these funding levels?
I think that list is provided to us earlier when several of these also were able to. I know at the end of the year, Manager Williams sent us a list of the capacities that they met and the funds that were spent. So and what we're doing here is allowing them to and this will all be laid out in their contracts, how they can meet the food, housing, or homeless services assistance. Sort of like what we've laid out for the Council on Aging Athens Eats with the food. And these contracts, Commissioner Parker, all these are good questions. These contracts will be very similar to what the contracts were with oh man, are y'all still there?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. These contracts are very similar to what we did with several of these groups, maybe with the exception of 4, back in September. So a lot of the contracts will be the same extensions for that, and of course I remember your work that you did, and these expired back in February 3rd with the ARC and with Casa de Amistad, and I think it was with the Land Trust, in helping to secure some more money for some rent assistance. So the contracts there's existing contracts for several of these organizations that could be extended, similar to the way we're extending the ones for Athens Council on Aging.
Okay, I mean, I think I just got an email from Commissioner Myers, like, oh, here's Mike's list, but it doesn't have any numbers in it. You're telling me that the numbers, I could go back and find it from months ago, but not exactly where. I think there's just like a lot of questions that legislating on the fly like this raises, and this kind of echoes conversations I've had in recent days in trying to work out the best way to help all of these organizations that need it and are doing really critical work in our communities. I've spoke with potential beneficiaries who called me confused by how this would work for them. I've got others agreeing that nobody should have their funding cut. I've got legal memos and alternate proposals 2 hours before the meeting. And just doesn't really build my confidence that we're moving forward in a strategic way. And I want to emphasize that 4 months now, every time we have a COVID update that talks about what the neighborhood leaders are referring folks they work with to in regards to services in the community, the need for us to do a needs assessment around what are the gaps in the services we're offering folks. We're doing tons of food distribution, but why aren't we getting enough people COVID testing or medical help or employment referrals? And we haven't had that conversation. And, instead of looking at this holistically and thoughtfully over a long period of time, I mean, Commissioner Hamby and as well as Davenport pointed out, on the one hand, that we got this Thursday, that's a little unfair on us to make a decision, that quick turnaround. Also, what is the what is the turnaround necessity of this in this evening? Rather than have a thoughtful conversation about how to make this work, we're just kind of slapdashedly picking orgs out left and right that, where is EJC in this list? Where are so many other people on this list that have been asking us for help and been turned away? And I just feel very torn because I think it's animated by really compelling and critical concerns, but I set the precedent that we eschew transparency, eschew accountability in order to rush things through. So if we could, go back to the compromise that I thought we were all in agreement on ahead of this meeting, or not all, but it's very surprising to see some people renege on perhaps faked support for a compromise, only to turn around and force a vote on a different issue. I just think that this is just kind of ridiculous. This is just kind of ridiculous, honestly. And we can do a lot better than this. And I'm sorry.
I want to be able to move on just to make sure I get to everybody.
Sure, definitely.
All right. Appreciate it. I haven't heard yet from Commissioner Myers, and then I'll circle back to those I've heard from already.
Okay. I've been listening to all of this, and I've been reading the emails and such, and I don't have any grand answer here, but I do have some sort of musings and observations here. What we're doing is just stepping back for a minute. The Athens Council on Aging had a certain amount of money that was in a contract. and they had till January 31st to spend that money. And then they didn't get it all done. There's $900,000. As I've asked, there wasn't a rollover agreement necessarily with that. All those other organizations, and that's, I have to go back to those other organizations in a minute, they used their money up and ran out of it. There was nothing to roll over because they had followed through on what they were doing or had the capacity to do. I know that the Athens Eats program has been doing tons of good things. So now we're in a situation where we had the $900,000 that came to us in a request for this on Thursday at about 4:30, which really did not leave much time for all of this. And so even when Commissioner Parker is mentioning the compromises and whether someone's in it or not, I mean, I've been spending the last 2 days reading these emails and on phone calls with people, and I don't even know what the last compromise was. So I don't know if anyone's reneging on anything here rather than trying to take it all in. In terms of this list that Commissioner Hamby's put forward, I do need clarification on one thing, and there are several organizations here who have not received funding yet in this CARES project, and could I clarify which ones they are? Because in a sense, with the ones that were receiving money from one of these programs, the CARES or Resiliency, in a sense, we'd be doing just what we're doing for the Council on Aging, which is continuing money after their contract. So which are the ones that were not receiving money beforehand?
And I can help with that, Mayor, if you don't mind. I mean, people living in recovery did not. Mm-hmm. Athens Alliance Coalition did not. Live Forward did not. They have received CDBG money in the past. As Live Forward's formerly AIDS Athens. Mm-hmm. And Farm to Neighborhood did not receive CARES money, but they did. Mm-hmm. They did partner with EADC on a few items from that standpoint. So they didn't. So
there are 4 organizations then that haven't worked through the paperwork and the protocol and the follow up that we don't have accountability for. I'm again trying to process this all. I would
make, Commissioner Myers, that is important in this conversation is that some of the agencies have received only federal funds and some have received both federal and local funds. And one of the things that every local government has to keep in mind is that there are some allowable expenses with federal funds that are not allowable with local funds. And here we're talking about local dollars. Yeah.
And I did want to ask, have our attorneys to address that as well as we're moving forward in this. But I one little short thing, I know my 3 minutes is up here, but we're talking about 510,000, which we seem to all agree on, and then this 460,000. It's really a very small amount of money. And when I think of the people, well, it is compared to what we just approved in the change in the Riverbend sidewalk project. There was extra 500,000 we did pretty quickly on that one. So, and what I'm thinking is that there are people in the community who are needing this sooner, and how can we get some of that money out to some of the people for the rental assistance? And I'm trying to weigh all of these factors. And I would like it if Attorney Hines could address some of the legal issues that were brought up in text, so I could better understand that.
Well, and if I might first guide the discussion for Sherry to speak on it, and Sherry, I think one thing that's important to understand that the contracts that we had with many of these organizations had provided for indigent assistance, and there were certain income guidelines that had to be met for those funds to be given out. And Sheriff, if you could just describe for the commission what those were and why we had that income guideline in there.
Absolutely. So these programs depend, at least in terms of the gratuities clause for our local funds, as Mayor Gertz pointed out, the federal funds from the CARES Act have different authorizations. But for these local funds, we have to stick with strict indigency requirements that essentially use the old concept of paupers, and that's the authorization here. And so what we have determined that means by looking at other state agencies who use paupers affidavits and other definitions of paupers is that agencies have to be prepared to ensure that people receiving their services are making at most 100% of the federal poverty guidelines or 30% of the average median income. Or area median income, excuse me. And so there are charts that indicate what that is for a family of one versus a family of five. But that's one of the things that these organizations need to be prepared to do. One of the other things, well, we talked about a number of things in the memo, and I don't know if there's specific questions, and I certainly don't want to violate privilege in terms of that confidential memo that we shared. But I'm happy to try to answer questions if there's something I can do for you.
Can I just ask a real quick follow-up on that? On those income levels, say I'm new into this whole thing, right? Since I wasn't in, and the rest of you, I got to give you all credit, because you got to remember, you guys have been doing great things for a year now. So no wonder you're worn out and exhausted, everyone involved in this, including all the people out there helping people in need. But in terms of this, let's say I'm a person who has a job, and my job, I'm working downtown at a restaurant and it's been closed, and now I don't have any money to pay my rent. Do I then, I guess it's been a while because it's been going on since summer or something. Do I qualify for the funds in that indigent, category?
Well, that's a really great question. I think the problem for us in a number of ways is that under the CARES Act, it was very clear that rental assistance and mortgage assistance was authorized. It is not necessarily that clear when we're talking about local funds. And so we really need to be able to articulate that this person is indigent. And as I used to be a public defender, that's one of the things we always do, right? Every person who comes in, we have to qualify them. And that can be a surprisingly complex process. For example, someone could have just lost their job, as you described, but they could have been making $100,000 a year at that job. And so one of the ways that we typically would identify someone's financial income is to look at a past tax statement, or to look to see whether they already qualify for other types of government assistance like food stamps or disability SSI, things that would help us have an indicator of their income. We might look at, do they own a very valuable home or something like that would indicate their income. So it isn't always an easy question, and especially when we're dealing with a student population. If a student loses their job, but their parents are paying all of their bills otherwise, are they really indigent? And so that is really the problem, because this very narrow exception for paupers is based on, it's from the 1800s, and it's based upon times when the government used to operate, unfortunately, workhouses or poorhouses. And so it really emphasizes that it is only for the bare essentials and for people who are absolutely, utterly destitute is the word that they use. And so this isn't about this particular exception keeping people in the place that they prefer to be in. So if someone is facing eviction but has the resources to move to downsize, that isn't a pauper in my estimation, unless they can prove that they're making 30% of the area median income. So again, it's just a complex process, and what these nonprofits need to be prepared to do is to vet that properly, keep records of it so that we can then report that back to staff who can verify that everyone served did meet this requirement. Otherwise, it jeopardizes the entire program. Did that help answer your question?
All right, I'm going to circle back in as best I can, and I've been writing down order. So I had Commissioner Link, Commissioner Hamby, and Commissioner Denson.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to know if the Council on Aging and Athens Eats have been keeping track of that paperwork and assuring that every single person that they serve a meal to or bring a bag of food to qualifies as a pauper. And also, we've known for quite some time that this funding was going to run out and that we had additional funds to allocate. Why did we just see this proposal late Thursday? Why did we not? I mean, we had an off week before that. Why wasn't some general idea of it even presented to us at the agenda setting meeting 2 weeks ago. I hate that we've had to scramble over the weekend to figure out what this means and what we'd like to see. We haven't heard any reports from the agencies that we've given money to understand their needs. All we're hearing is from our constituents on the ground who are in dire straits.
Commissioner, I'll note that I think it was the 18th that I heard that Athens Eats had not expended their funds, but had passed the deadline. And I will take ownership of not having realized that when we allocated that money back in August, that it came with that time certain end of the contract period. And again, I thought that it was a more extended, I thought it was for the fiscal year. And so I apologize for that. And so when I found out that that was the case, I checked in with a couple of the providers and the distributors, and they said, yes, we're very actively working. We have some stock, but that stock is soon to run out. And so then I asked staff, what could be done. And, the indication was that if the date changed, but the allocation remained the same, that would allow continuity.
And Mayor, if I might, I own some of that too, Commissioner Link. I was aware of the January 31st deadline, and this speaks to some of what was said earlier, that we just lack the data and the community need. It's a lot of what we're doing is backwards looking, and we've got data for folks who have been served. And to answer your question, I believe they do have that data at Athens Eats, but being able to defend or the expenditure of these funds without some data that assesses the need caused me some pause there on the continuance. And when the mayor discovered that was the case, that's when he said, let's put this on the agenda and have the commission discuss it.
So, but we do have data from those end of year reports from all the agencies that did get prosperity package and CARES money in previous allocations. So we do have some idea of how they've been serving.
That's right.
I just want to jump in a minute, Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I want to say that I knew about this surplus over a month ago. This didn't happen just in February. That's the first thing. And I'm not going to call names or try to embarrass anybody, but I knew over a month ago there was a surplus. And so that's one problem. And the other problem is that I think that what Commissioner Hamby is asking is that we extend the same courtesy that we were asking of Athens East, to extend the monies to those folks that have already provided services, did what they were supposed to do, met their deadlines, even if they had some glitches, to give them that same courtesy as we're asking for Athens Eats. And we know that, to me, and Mayor Gertz is correct, some of the money was CDBG, some of the money I think was CDBG, COVID, and CARES. It's all these moving shell pieces. But the only organization that I think that is on that list that did not receive money in the past was probably Athens Alliance and Farm to Neighborhood. But both of those organizations partnered with EADC. So they have been in the CARES CDBG process. If you look at Fred Smith's December report, he served over 6,000 meals. And he even listed the vendors that he used. he used more vendors than Athens Eats did use in the community. We're not just trying to feed people that are hungry, but what EADC did, working with some other organizations, they kept restaurants and businesses open. So I think we need to take all of that in consideration, and just remember we're in a very unprecedented time. These are unusual times, and we need to treat people the way we want to be treated. And folks trying to pay, if you're trying to pay your rent, facing eviction, you don't want nobody just to give you a link. They want some direct help. So to say we can put some of this emergency stuff off for a couple of days or a month or whatever, I think that it's almost inhumane when we know people are in need. We should be able to help. We should commit to helping people and then work out the details as we go along, and then prepare these organizations for the other monies that we hope will come. Because if we don't prepare them now, when the other monies come, guess what? You're going to have a different excuse on why they don't get funded. So I hope that we can, in good faith, put our legal and personal and egos aside and help some folks that need the help. These people aren't pretending. They're not pretending. They're not trying to take nothing from nobody. And just because you got a roof over your head and can pay your mortgage, put yourselves in their place. And put yourselves in the place with those organizations on the who got boots on the ground. If you don't know the organizations in this community that's out there doing the work, you know what that tells me? You're not out there in your community. If you don't know who's doing the work, that tells me you are not out there in the community.
I've got a couple more commissioners on tap. I've got Commissioner Hamby.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm sorry.
All right, I've got Commissioner Hamby and then Commissioner Denson.
Sure.
And Commissioner Gould.
I'll be quick, Mayor, and I just wanted to address some of the concerns Commissioner Myers may have had with regards to the general fund and the CARES. And I'll point out that when we did the CARES money, we got reimbursed for for police overtime and such as that. So that money got reimbursed, but then we took it and put it into the general fund. So really what we're talking about is mostly general fund money anyway, but we followed the CARES application of that. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But we also used with back in, I think it was January, the rent assistance with the ARC, and we did put some general fund monies into that. If y'all remember, it was not just CDBG money. We put some general fund monies into it to help with the ARC, the Casa de Amistad, and Athens Land Trust to help with rent assistance that ended in February 3rd of this year. So there was some general fund monies that went to that to help address some of the concerns that Commissioner Myers and Attorney Hines were addressing. And I think Ovita hit the nail on the head. What we're trying to do here is to extend the same courtesy to these other organizations that we did, Council on Eats. But we also have a few organizations here that we want to, that we're trying to make sure that the capacity, like I said, is built, and so that they also are able to, when the money comes around for this next CARES package stuff, that they're able to show us that they can do the work and be successful. And that's so important in building our economy and building our economic development. I just think that's so worthwhile in doing that. And I know there's probably some out there that think there's some legal reasons why we can't do this, but I always find it funny that we don't really question the legal reasons when we're dealing with somebody that we're giving $2 million to. But when we're giving somebody $20,000, all of a sudden we've got a 6-page memo that tells us why we may not be able to do something. And I just I find that interesting. But I do hope that when y'all go to vote, you'll look at what we're doing here with these organizations: food, housing, homeless services, assistance. Those are things that we've been talking about. And what I'm asking us to do tonight is to do something, to take some action. And we're taking action tonight with our partners in this community who've been working so hard every single day and every single year, especially during this COVID, to help us get us through this. These partners are Habitat for Humanity, Athens Area's Homeless Shelter, Casa de Amistad, EADC, Farm to Neighborhood, Sparrow's Nest, Council on Aging continues their great work, Athens Land Trust, Advantage Behavioral System. You know, I mean, we've been talking about mental health, and Advantage has been a great partner on that. Live Forward, the ARC, Project Safe. I spoke to Joan Pretty just the other day. She said the last CARES money we gave her, she gave out of in 5 minutes. There was such a demand for that. And that's, to me, that's sad that we have to, that we have that much demand that you give out of the money that we give in 5 minutes. And Project Safe, Athens Alliance Coalition has been helping us tremendously, and people living in recovery. So these are the organizations that you know, we know. And then there's others out there, but there's also other opportunities coming forward, we hope. But we hoped last time also. And remember, that hope didn't come through for us because something changed at the state level. So, but for right now, we know we can at least help somebody in these organizations get us through another month. And that's how we're living these days, day by day, week by week, and month by month. And hopefully it's going to get better for us and better for everybody. And I think this will help us move in the right direction. Thanks, Mayor, for letting me say that.
Thanks, Commissioner. I want to turn to Commissioner Denson and then Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. And I first want to say, like, I know Commissioner Hamby said this before, we're all wanting to do this, right? This is not a competition between who's trying to help each other out, and who sees the needs. I know I've seen every single one of these commissioners out in the streets doing work and stuff. And I think we do all this work in our community, but also on this commission best when there's trust, when it's above board, when we're communicating well, when we're thinking straight, when we're not deciding how to spend $1 million 5 hours into a meeting. And so that's just like, I think that, and I know we're all in tough times. This has been rough for our entire community. And I know doing this work has been stressful for all of us and stuff. But I think that, again, if we're communicating, if we're trusting each other, we're working together, we do this work better. And it's unfortunate for many different reasons. Some of them were unavoidable. That's not how this process has gone down on this agenda item. And I think it suffered for it, if I'm being honest. And so that's some of my just personal feelings about this. The reason that this is problematic is the same reason that it was problematic back in September when we first did this. For instance, I think as everybody knows, Live Forward was not on this list as of this morning. It's on the list now. I spoke with Commissioner Hamby this afternoon and brought up Live Forward as an example of talking about how we did this in September. We didn't go through a process. We didn't have criteria to analyze this. It was rushed. And I had members of the Live Forward board call me and email me and say, how did y'all select this money? How did y'all select who's gonna get this money? Like, we're doing fantastic work and we need money. Why didn't y'all consider us? And I told them, I was like, I'll be honest, like we did not use a great way of doing this, but we were in a rush because we had to get this money out. And I told them, I gave them my word, because I know that this community, this commission wants to do things above board. I said, we're not going to do that again. We know we're getting money coming again. We're going to have a process. We're going to make sure that everybody has access to that money. Every single fantastic nonprofit who's doing great work, including Live Forward, including all these other organizations, are going to have a chance to submit an RFP and get that money. That's how this thing works. That is what is fair. It's not only what's fair, but it's also like just like we can evaluate what the money is going to. And if we do this, this is just some of the ones that I was thinking of. We're talking. Where is Action Inc? Where is Hands on Athens? Where is the Neighborhood Health Center? Where is Economic Justice Coalition? Where is Bigger Vision? we're talking about homelessness. We're not even considering these. And why? Because we didn't do a process. And not only that, what if half of these organizations come back, because we don't know what proposals they're bringing, and they all do the same work, and they're repeating the same tasks, and not filling all the myriad of needs that we know we have, that we could make sure we're meeting if we actually took an RFP process and actually matched those proposals to the needs. Y'all, I mean, I completely get this, and we need to act fast. I'm fine with having an emergency held session sometime soon, special called session, but we all know this is not a good way to do legislating. We all know this. We don't have a proposal. None of these organizations have given us proposals. We don't know what they're going to use the money for. We don't know if what they're going to use the money for is legally allowed with those funds, and not because they're doing something wrong, but just because they don't know. They haven't gotten guidance. I mean, and also, so on and I'll be like honest, like the CDO, Commissioner Hamby wrote that CDO. We worked on it, and Commissioner Hamby wrote that CDO and sent it to me. And I had suggested that we actually say the RFP process, we'll have our RFPs and we review them on March 9th. I wanted to move fast. I said March 9th, next Tuesday. And Commissioner Hamby moved it to March 16th, which I get, because organizations probably want a little more time. But I'm fine with actually, if we're talking about immediacy, I'm here for it. I'm ready to have another 5-hour meeting next Tuesday where we can review these RFPs, but let's take some time so we can actually get proposals so we know what these organizations are doing, and we open it up for a week so that all these other organizations that I talked about and that y'all all know about have a chance to actually submit a proposal that is the best proposal that we've seen to get some of that money to do the work we're talking about. If we're being serious about doing this work, which I know we are, then let's seriously do it. Let's do it in a serious manner. We are supposed to be professional. People are looking to us to do this in the right ways. And I'm sorry, but right now, while we are going to make a lot of nonprofits happy if we do this right now, we're also going to make a lot of nonprofits unhappy. And they'll be very skeptical about what we're doing, and for good reason. So I think that the proposal I put forward is a pretty good compromise that gets all the things we're trying to do here, but with the tiniest bit of time so that we just make sure we're not screwing up and we give every nonprofit doing great work the chance to get funded. And I believe they all deserve that chance. And again, if people feel like the March 16th is too long, which I kind of might even agree with you, I am very happy to move that to March 9th instead. But let's actually get some RFPs proposals here and make sure we're not repeating services, and make sure that we're giving every nonprofit a chance to actually get some of this funding and do some good work.
Thanks, Commissioner. I had Commissioner Houle up.
Thank you, Mayor. And try to work through my 5 points on my notes here in my 3 minutes. So first, to me, the number one question here is why some members of this body do not want to support the original motion that conveys the urgency we all feel, we being the whole community, and that provides a transparent way forward that can be legally viable on a very short timeline. Number two, the substitute motion is full of holes. I mean, not only is the list arbitrary, it's not because these folks aren't doing good work, it's because how do we say that these folks are doing better work than the folks not on the list? You know, and adding to the list of examples, you know, why not Salvation Army? Why not the Cottage? Why not the Food Bank? Why not Family Connection? Why not Family Promise? I know people have mentioned EJC, Bigger Vision, Action Inc. I mean, there's just countless organizations in this community. Who are we to decide on the fly with no criteria and with no new proposals from these organizations? I mean, we're looking at proposals they made last year. How do we know their needs are the same? How do we know that Advantage Behavioral only needs 20K while Live Forward needs 40K? We want to add Athens Alliance to the list. Why do they only get 20K? How do we know that they have the ability to spend 20K? I mean, like, there's just so many holes. In addition to all the legal concerns, we're describing it as food, housing, and homeless services. Please explain to me how Advantage Behavioral is providing the food services. Please explain to me how Farm to Neighborhood is providing housing services. I mean, we can do better than this, y'all. And if we talk about building capacity for orgs, you know, we don't decide to allocate funds on a lark. That doesn't send any kind of message around how we're going to be consistent or reliable to these organizations. And instead, we have individual commissioners compelling nonprofits to throw together proposals on the fly and send them individually to 10 commissioners. And then put forth a proposal that's not even in writing. The substitute motion isn't even in writing. So I'm sorry, but if I'm going to put it bluntly, the same people who seem to be ramming through this substitute motion, despite, as I understood it, an agreement being reached after all this hoopla over the last 48 hours since we got an email with a thing that was made up over the weekend, the same people who are now pushing through the substitute motion are using important language about the need in the community, are using the good names of these organizations to pit them against each other and to pit us against each other in order to prove some kind of political point. And I don't know what that is. But if these same people who want to ram this through are serious about being proactive, how come none of those same people were at the meeting with Project Reset? How come these are the same people who aren't showing up to the retreats to talk about these problems? I mean, I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous.
Commissioners, I'm ready to go ahead and call for a sequence of vote.
I understand, Mayor, but I haven't had my third chance yet, and I'm going to be quick, I promise.
I'll give you a minute.
I will, Mayor. I'm sorry. I know I want to be aware of everybody's time, but I'm just going to say this. These organizations have been the ones that we've worked with on the CARES package, and what Commissioner Thornton talked about is we're extending the same courtesy to these organizations that we have with the Council on Aging Athens Eats. So there are, we know what they can do. What I did here, and you've seen what I've put down because you read it about the food, housing, and homeless services. I put those in each of the categories so that those organizations could have the broad latitude that they need in order to meet the demands of the constituencies that they're serving, and from that standpoint, and to the point made about showing up for the retreats and stuff like that. I've been to the retreats, and I know what the retreats are all about. We do a lot of talking. We do a lot of fishbone sort of diagrams that talk about the problems, and I'm glad that happens. But what I want to do is go to a retreat and talk about action, talk about what we can do, and what we're laying out here tonight is direct action, the action today, action that's going to mean something to somebody tomorrow and next week and the month after that. So, we can all talk a good game about being involved. I've been involved. I know what these organizations can do. I've seen what they can do. And Commissioner Wright has, Commissioner Thornton has, Commissioner Myers has, all of these, and Commissioner Link. I read the CDBG reports that come through each of these things, and I know what's going on in this community. And this list here is something that is a need that I've heard y'all talk about. That's the thing. I've heard y'all talk about the food, the housing, and the homeless services. We just got through talking tonight about art and the homeless people having a hostile environment of sleeping on benches downtown. Like I said, let's don't give them a bench, let's give them a bed. This does that. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And, if you want to vote for it, vote for it. But if you want to vote against it, vote against it. That's fine.
All right. I believe that.
For it because how important it is.
Commissioner Myers, Commissioner Link.
I got to take a breath because I'm not even sure what we're all voting on now. Which of the two things? That's a little bit rhetorical, but I've been working with you all for 2 months, and I've been observing you for a couple of years. Okay, we're all on the same page here. We're talking about this week versus next week. I hate seeing all of this, name calling and insults thrown left and right, because I know all of you, and I think there's a bunch of good people trying to do good things. Okay, so we have one motion to give half the money to the Athens Council on the Aging and spread out the other ones among these organizations. I do have problems that there are other organizations that are not included. A solution to that is going with Tim's "let's wait a week," and doing that in a little bit more thoughtful way. I'm for doing that sooner than later. And I hear a lot of talk about, rent and everything else. At this point, I want to know who's going to give the rent out to people, because that seems to be the big concern I hear again and again that's needed in the very short term. I hope we can come to some agreement among ourselves and move forward. We're the leaders in this community. We're responding to a whole lot of stress among ourselves and in the community. And I hope we're not putting each other into camps of this is right and this is wrong and you're awful if you don't do this or that. So I think we just need to give ourselves a little bit room and be gracious with each other in this conversation.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to call on Commissioner Link, and then I'm ready for a vote.
Yeah. So our retreat was the 11th and 12th of February, and apparently, this funding ran out January 31st. Why didn't we discuss this at the retreat? Instead, at the retreat, we had this kind of esoteric fishbone discussion, asking what are the causes of these things when, we could have just Googled a couple meta-analyses. We have the means to tackle some of these problems right now. How long does it take to get this money out the door? Some of these organizations waited 2 months or longer before they even got the money in hand to begin helping people. They had to pull funds out of their own accounts to cover the costs of activities that were supposed to be funded by either CARES money or our local money. And some of these organizations don't have the capacity to go through another RFP process. If we're talking about opening this up to small organizations, they don't have the extra staff to go through an RFP process over the course of a week or less. We need to get this money in people's hands now. People are getting evicted now. And just because there's an eviction moratorium doesn't mean that people don't have to come up with that money to pay that back rent. And plenty of landlords are coming up with reasons other than COVID to evict people. They're coming up with reasons like, damage to property or whatever. If they want to evict someone, they'll figure out a way to do it. There are loopholes in that moratorium. I mean, in the big scheme of things, this is a small amount of money. And I mean, yeah, there are a couple orgs on here that haven't gotten money before. Maybe if it'll make people happy, we take those orgs off and simply extend the contracts of the organizations that have been doing the work and improving the work and have handed in their information last year to talk about their capacity and how many people they helped. But if we go through an RFP process, it's going to drag it out a couple weeks, and God knows how long it'll take to draw up new contracts and get that money in people's hands.
All right. I think there was an original motion on the floor from Commissioner Denson, and then there was a substitute motion from Commissioner Hamby. I'll go ahead and ask the clerk to call roll on the substitute motion.
Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
No.
Parker?
No.
Blink?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Denson?
No.
Poole?
No.
Edwards?
No.
Myers?
No.
Thornton?
Yes.
4 yes, 6 no.
All right. Thank you. And Commissioner Denson, just for the benefit of all of us here, because it has been a long evening, and for the public, can you reiterate your motion?
Yes, Mayor. If I could just really quickly, because I know Commissioner Myers also kind of agreed about that shorter time window. And I'd be just really quick feel if people would rather have us have that 1 week time window. It gets the money out there faster, but it does put more pressure on the nonprofits. Or we could have the 2 weeks, which gives less pressure on the nonprofits, but does take a little bit longer. I'd be kind of really curious very quickly about how people feel.
I'll say, Commissioner, while the rapid response I think is necessary, from somebody who worked for a nonprofit and had very busy everyday work to think about responding to an RFP, I would recommend the 2 week window just to make sure that if we're trying to cast a wide net, that probably does that for the agencies that everybody's talked about tonight.
Okay. And I am fine with that. So I'll go ahead and just read the three lines of of this CDO. Approve the proposed Athens Eats Together contract extension in the amount of $510,000. Organizations listed on this document, which are the same that Commissioner Hamby already listed, or others who can provide food, housing, and homeless services may submit a proposed scope of work to Housing Community Development that may include partnerships no later than March 16th. And the Mayor and Commission shall consider and vote on proposals no later than April 5th to allocate those funds.
And just a clarifying question, is that 510 inclusive of the Give Pulse component?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just so, because we'll need to put something out and again, be transparent. We saw this before with the CARES Act when people didn't quite understand, well, what is it that I'm supposed to be applying for? And we want to make sure that they, hone in on, because you've given us three words, the food, the housing, and the homeless. And we've already, you've already heard from the attorneys on that. So, some of the criteria that I think you would want is, well, you've talked about a number of criteria tonight, and it's not just about number served. You've talked about the notion of building capacity too. I say all that to say the more specifics, and I don't want to drag this out, that you get from us that we can put as an evaluating point to tell people, this is how you need to tailor this so that it's doing the work that the commission wants done. And then when staff goes to evaluate them, and if the need out there is greater than the money, then you're going to have to say no to some, then we can define that this is more in keeping with what you wanted to see than the other, beyond just a few, and we can look back to some of the language that was used before, but I just want to make sure that it's late, but I want to make sure that we, are replicating in what we're communicating to the agencies to respond, to go through the trouble of responding, to make their compelling case so we can bring you a slate of agencies to approve that you can feel that the work's, that's that in keeping with what you want.
Manager Williams, thinking a little bit about that sort of correlation between what ends up on the street, so to speak, for response and, ensuring that it's in line with commissioners' thinking. I don't know if it would be helpful if staff drafted something and then provided a couple of days of response time for commissioners, just to, again, ensure that. And obviously, the nonprofit community is going to be generally conscious of this. And so, I know in my own grant writing work, sometimes I've written sort of a generic grant that then I crafted to the specifics of a request in the past. And so I don't know if that might be the kind of process that would work.
Well, I think I'm definitely getting some feedback from y'all, but that's going to start to chew into that 2-week fuse that y'all are putting on this. And, I think that 7 of the agencies on the list that's discussed tonight have funding through April. I know there's an urgency here, but, we want to make sure that we're reflecting exactly what you want, and then also giving those nonprofits time to think and prepare and respond in like kind, and then evaluate those and get those back in front of you. So, Mayor, we're glad. I would appreciate that if we could write something down and get your blessing on that. That would be great.
Manager Williams, what would you see as the sort of necessary timeline for staff to do a draft of that to send to the body?
Well, based on what we heard tonight, and we can pull some language, perhaps from the past. But again, there is some. There's a difference between, and it's been debated greatly tonight, the general fund nature of the dollars and the CARES Act funding nature dollars. So we'll do our best to thread the needle there. But, give us tomorrow and part of Thursday to just put together a few paragraphs to say, hey, this is what we think we're hearing from you, and we'll get it to you. And we'll do that in concert with the attorney's office as well.
Mayor, I had a quick question. I just want to clarify something.
Mike and then Tim, go ahead.
Okay, about this, about the $39,000 for that Give Pulse, the mapping stuff, and I don't know if Commissioner Denson wants to rethink that, because that could be 30. This is, surely we have a GIS office in our manager's office. I don't know how complicated it is to take somebody's address and put a pin on a map or a pin on a computer to tell me where the food went to, but spending $39,000 on it, that was, that covers what we were wanting to give to the homeless shelter or Casa de Amistad that got voted down. So is that something really that you want? We didn't discuss that. I didn't anticipate 39,000. I want the money going for food, for people, not overhead, not storage, not deliveries. So is that what you had in mind, Commissioner Denson?
Well, just working with this program, the Give Pulse is their volunteer portal.
No, it's not. It's $39,000 they're spending on it. That's in the budget, $39,000. It's in the agenda report.
Right. I'm saying it's the way that they track their volunteers and do the mapping to get actually to the clients and stuff. I mean, it's much like things like Nation Builder. I don't know if you're familiar with those kind of things like that, where it does kind of connect your work and kind of put it into map format. I mean, I'll be honest. I did not dig into and compare costs on that to other programs they might be using. But at this point, at some point, I am going to trust the nonprofits that we are funding, I guess. Just like I'm going to trust Sparrow's Nest and Farm Neighborhood, EADC and everything to be able to actually operate their nonprofit proposals and projects in a way that's going to benefit the community. I'm okay with it.
Okay. If you're fine with spending $39,000 that could go to food, to something else, that's good. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Tim, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just we're talking about the timing of the RFP process. I think it's just absolutely paramount that we have whatever we're going to be done, ready and prepared to be sent out Friday morning to organizations so that they have the weekend to be able to work on those proposals. I know that puts staff in a crunch there. I would say I definitely expect us to really to rely on our previous proposals and work from that as the drafts of what we've done before. And then hopefully all of us commissioners don't get too nitpicky with our copy editing once you send it over to us. So.
All right. So it's a motion on the floor from Commissioner Denson. It's been a while. Was the second from Commissioner Parker?
Yep.
Okay. All right. What do you know? One or two synapses up there still works. All right. Roll call, please. Clerk Spratlin.
Denson,
Yes.
Poole,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Wright.
No.
8 yes, 2 no.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. All right. We're going to move on to item number 22. This is a resolution for settlement in the amount of $20,000 legal settlement. Commissioners had previous knowledge of this. Any discussion, or can I hear a motion?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
All right. Got a motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Wright. Any further dialogue? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right. Any opposed? All right. We are moving on. Item number 23 is, can you believe it, our 14th ordinance declaring a local emergency related to COVID-19 as we come up on the 1 year mark, which obviously has been challenging in so many ways for all of us. Do I hear a motion for approval of this?
Move to approve.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to read it really quick.
Oh, please do, Judd. I appreciate it.
An ordinance for the 14th declaration of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19 and for other purposes.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We do have, I believe, an item of public input, and I apologize for the long wait for Sam Raffle. Sam, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you here so you can provide your 3 minutes public input.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay?
We sure can.
Good evening. My name is Sam Raffle. I live at 230 Spalding Circle, Athens, Georgia. I appreciate y'all's work tonight. I know it's been a long night. I want to share part of the comment. I submitted in response to Chris Dowd's recent article in the Flagpole about national EMS misrepresenting response times. I recall during the July 9th, 2019 Athens-Clarke County work session that national EMS deceived the mayor and commission regarding multiple calls to a critically ill child. The truth matters, transparency matters, and in time-sensitive, life-threatening emergencies, seconds matter. So how good are national EMS's response times? They're so good that you can't see them because they're concealed from public view, which is laughable, really, but it's tragic if it's your child or loved one. Mr. Cooper's house is only 2.8 miles from the ambulance station at Gaines School Road. That should make for a very rapid response unless that ambulance is having to come from further away, maybe even another county. This scenario is made much more likely by the business model used by national EMS that's the exact opposite of public safety. National EMS is owned by an out-of-state private equity firm. They routinely and systematically pull taxpayer-subsidized 911 ambulances from their state-mandated 911 coverage zones to run non-emergency transports. These don't have anything to do with 911 or public safety. This makes other 911 ambulances have to respond from further away. We are told that they're a private company and can do what they want, and it's literally a fatally flawed business model that we should oppose. And speaking of being a private company that says they can do what they want, this past summer, national EMS employees repeatedly refused to wear a mask when asked by Willa Fambro, a 71-year-old county employee who was injured while performing her duties. She was told, and I quote, "We're a private company, we don't have to do that." But back to John Cooper's situation, Athens-Clarke County, as you know, is the smallest county in the state, and it is in fact urban. National EMS met the response time standard to Mr. Cooper's house 0% of the time from the perspective of 911. The response time standard for urban areas is to respond within 9 minutes, 90% of the time. The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services establishes urban and rural designations for ambulance services based on zip code. They did this based on requests from the ambulance community, and it clearly shows all Athens-Clarke County zip codes designated urban, including 30683, where Mr. Cooper and his family live. Noah, turn the water off. I will share the full letter that includes web links with each of you later, but thank you so much, and I hope you all have a great evening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Raffle.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Want to go around, see any reports from the manager?
No, sir. Just you have the purchasing report, and we've got the Public Information Office has been successful yet again in attracting a small grant for to assist with its operations. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Williams. Any report from the auditor?
I don't have anything, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything, Attorney Drake?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Just mention a couple things before I hear from commissioners. Coincidentally, we have two new appointees who I want to announce to the EMS Oversight Board. That's Commissioner Houle and Commissioner Davenport. Thank you for your work. I also want to note that I have a charge that I'm delivering tonight to the Inclusionary Zoning Working Group that includes 2 members of this board, 2 members of the Planning Commission, and then 2 nonprofit housing providers who are members of the GIC group. It's a little lengthy for me to read, but I'll send that to everybody so that we can move forward and get some permanent inclusionary zoning solutions underway. So that is everything. I'm going to go ahead and begin with, we're going to mix it up. I'm going to begin with Commissioner Houle in District 6, and then we're going to work back around to District 5, just like we were live in the space together.
Okay. I look forward to that day. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the appointment to the EMS Oversight Board. I'm excited to dig into that work with Commissioner Davenport and others. Guess I'll do my best to try to be quick, but I feel since I'm going first that I need to speak to the moment. I mean, this has been an incredibly, especially stressful year that's taking its toll on everyone. So I have a lot of empathy for the frustration, the anger, and the exhaustion that members of this community and our staff and this body are experiencing. But tonight's discussion about the Athens Eats together, felt to me like a contrived controversy, and it's not the first since I've joined. And the environment in this body is feeling increasingly toxic, and I just don't think it has to be this way. So I implore my colleagues to try to reel in the ad hominem attacks and the vague allegations about motives and throwing staff under the bus and throwing each other under the bus. We can and we must do better. We are elected to be leaders and we need to lead, and that means being transparent and engaged and working together, including and especially through our disagreements. So I ask everyone who spoke tonight about the need to get rent and utility assistance. I implore you to get on board or at least, discuss with those of us who have been trying to push Project Reset. And of course, I know that it's not the only good thing we can do. It's far from the only issue we need to address and the only way we can address even that issue. So among the multitude of proposals that we may develop collaboratively, I hope that y'all will consider Project Reset when we're looking at this CARES funding. And I just ask that we really try to bring back a sense of decorum and that we really celebrate that on the front lines of all this work is a staff that is struggling in direct proportion to how much we struggle to have a functional dialogue. Thank you.
I'll accept some responsibility for, shaking my head and getting impatient at times. And, I apologize to my colleagues for doing that. I think, I had some high hopes with our 3-minute limit and probably got a little too upset when that just flew out the window tonight. But anyway, maybe I should just turn my camera off more often when I'm feeling that way. So anyway, I'm sorry for my body language and doing that. And I hear what Commissioner Hoole's saying about the ad hominem attacks and the vague allegations. It's just not productive. And I think maybe we can cure some of that by looking at our rules, looking at the 3-minute time limit, respecting that, respecting each other's time, and also addressing our remarks through the chair, avoiding remarks where we say things like, you should do this, y'all, I can't believe you're doing this, y'all doing this, and instead think about directing our remarks through the chair, Mayor Gertz. Like, Mayor Gertz, I support this, I do this, I do this. Anyway, all that said, I wanted to say, pass on some kudos to the Athens staff, in particular, some water folks who helped out a constituent of mine. And she wrote to me tonight and said, several weeks ago, we had brown orange water for several days. But as soon as she kind of came down and made the call, a guy, Bill, sent someone to pull the meter, and John came around 7 o'clock that night. They were very nice. We all like to get good service, and I just want to report good workers. So kudos to the Public Utilities Department for providing that good service, above and beyond showing up that night. And so Manager Williams, please pass that along to staff. Just thanks everybody. I'll try to do better. Take care.
Commissioner Myers.
Thanks, Commissioner Edwards, for passing it on. And in the spirit of reaching out to each other, I do want to say that it's been 2 months since I've been on this group with this group. And I still have a lot of faith in us. I think there's a lot of goodness going forward here. These are really tough issues to work through. And I think it'll be a lot easier when that time comes, hopefully sooner in the next couple of months, where we can actually see each other in person. In some ways I feel like I'm with you all the time, but in reality, you're all a little square, right? And so I'm hoping that when there's some time to be together in person, that we can build some bonds that are maybe a little frayed or tired here. So, and that's my hope. And also with the staff, we have a lot of really wonderful staff out there working in all different ways on all these different projects behind the scenes. And I know I got to know Transportation and Public Works really well, and our Sustainability Office. And those are two offices I know really well, and I know how devoted they are. And when Manager Williams brought Manager Hull and me, we visited all those departments. I mean, I was just like, oh man, I wish I could have worked for Athens-Clarke County. Everyone is just doing such good stuff. So, these are hard things we're working through. I'm glad to be a part of this with each and every one of you. I'm thankful for all the people and the residents of the District 8 as well, which is really close to District 1, which I hear is the best district. But, others are competing for that, right? So I'm going to pass it on to whoever's next. I guess it's 9.
I don't know if you can hear me.
We got you.
My computer's messed up again. I really was going to comment on the so-called embracing this kumbaya spirit. But I think that I will say something that will be offensive to some folk. So I will try to focus, and I'm glad that we had this tit for tat, because there were a lot of things that some of us did not know, and it would not have come out if a couple of commissioners didn't rock the boat a little bit. I'm so glad for a change. It wasn't me, but sometimes you got to do that. So if you want to have these love fest, you're in the wrong business. Sometimes we got to do some things to get where we need to do, and then move on afterwards. And anybody who takes this stuff personal, you're in the wrong business. I'm not going to agree with you all the time, and I don't think you are going to agree with me. And sometimes I have an abrupt way of saying things. I didn't do it tonight, but I wanted to. So saying all of that, I'll move on. I am so thankful to TPW for working with me to fix a stormwater problem in my district. I want to thank Judd and his office for working with me on abatement nuisance on Catawba Lane. I am also thankful for Steve Decker working in my area on and looking at the speed concerns that residents complained about on the Nowhere and Smoky Road. I have a meeting coming up on Wednesday with residents on Pulaski. Mayor Gertz, I hope you'll be there. Next Monday, I'll be working with the solicitor on records restriction webinar. Criminal justice has always been my issue, so we're preparing to do records restrictions. I'll be working with C.R. Chisholm. So I'm trying to be positive. And I'm going to focus on my district. Y'all can play games all y'all want to. but I'm gonna work for my district, for this community, and it's interesting. We haven't had this kind of tense situation since I have been on the board. This is new for many of us. So instead of me blaming it on certain individuals, I'll just blame it on the COVID. So I'm busy in my district. Hope y'all are busy in yours. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamby.
So thank you, Mayor. Yeah, everything's on COVID these days, right? I found this joke on the back of a napkin. I got a lot of stuff on back of napkins these days. So what do you call a factory that makes okay products? A satisfactory.
I told that one at the start of the meeting.
Was it at the beginning of the meeting? Well, it set the tone for a meeting, right? Because what we're doing is just satisfactory. We're not being above average. We're not being average. We're being just satisfactory. I got a lot of, that was the S in grammar school for me when I was going through grammar school. I either got a BS, very satisfactory, didn't get many of those, satisfactory, or needs additional help. I always got the needs additional help sort of thing. And I think this is a good discussion. It's a good, I'm glad we had this discussion. I think we could do more, y'all, as a group. And, sometimes the preaching gets to me. The kumbaya, like Ovita says, gets to me. There's this show that was on for a long time, Downton Abbey. There's a great line in there from the grandmother that, it must get awfully cold on that moral high ground. And I don't think, let's just be who we are. Let's be the people I've seen y'all be. I've seen this commission. Kelly has, Mayor, I'm sorry, I called you Kelly, but Mayor, you've seen this commission. Commissioner Link would come down to us before she was commissioner and raised all sorts of hell. She still raises that hell on the commission, and I like that. And Commissioner Myers always had great points to us. I will say some of the fellas, the women on this commission have a great courage of conviction about themselves. They have great courage in standing up. And some of the fellas, you would come down before you were commissioners, but I don't see that. I don't see that conviction these days. I want to see it. I think we need to see it. I think this community elected you to see that. I may not always agree with it. I didn't always agree with it when you were yelling at us behind the rail, or in front of the rail, whichever direction it was. But I think you got elected to stand up based on what you were saying at that time. Stand up, ask, demand that things move quickly, demand that we do better, and demand that we offer for our communities some leadership that gets moving and gets things done. Thank you. That's all I've got to say. I'll find another joke next week. Sorry, I didn't hear that first one.
It's all right. All right, 1 through 5.
Yes. Nope. Okay, sorry. Town hall coming up. I do want the public as well as our commissioners to just reflect from this time last year. 2 weeks from now, we had pretty much shut everything down because of an unknown epidemic that turned into a pandemic. 500,000 lives have been lost. So please reflect on that. And yes, I would agree with Commissioner Thornton. COVID has got a lot of people stressed, but I believe if we just slow down and respect each other, everything will be good. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, it would be great if the appeals to both the expected norms of this body and just basic human decency of treating other people were enough to bring us back to where we need to be to function as a body. But barring that, I do think that Mayor Gertz as chair, I don't know if you've been made aware of, you see what happens in the meetings, but if you're not aware of the way that some commissioners are harassed, et cetera, via text message or on the phone and other means outside of these meetings, I feel like if we can't like appeal to people to treat each other with respect, I would hope that maybe you could do something to step in to like help this body work more functionally. And so I just at wit's end, I like plead to you for help. And so with that said, I think that's all I got really. I guess I'll do one last kumbaya note. I love it when we can get good stuff done and not call names and stuff. So let's try that. But failing that, if we gotta like go the hard way, let's go the hard way.
Here you, Commissioner Link.
Yeah. For anyone who has not yet had a one-on-one conversation with some of the directors of our homelessness and affordable housing organizations and some of our rent assistance organizations, I really encourage you to reach out to these folks and understand their needs and get an understanding of their experience thus far in receiving some of these funds we've allocated. We've not yet had that work session about homelessness. I noticed we got a update on upcoming work sessions just this afternoon. Next week, we've got 4 additional items added to that work session, including mural park schematic design for the downtown park. But there's still no discussion about homelessness. And, I hope that we'll be allowing folks to sleep in that park, because we're certainly not doing a heck of a lot to figure out how to get them a bed or a roof over their head. So I want to encourage folks to reach out to them, because my phone's been blowing up all night in the wake of this discussion. And, not everybody has a whole lot of confidence in this local government to deliver the funds that are so desperately needed right now for people to maintain a roof over their head.
Commissioner Wright?
Okay, thank you. I believe this is my first open mic of the year. Each of my days are scheduled quite in advance, and they're very full of the other work and responsibilities I have. And so I haven't been able to make it up this late for this. So this has been an interesting, is it always like, well, I'll ask somebody else if it's always like this, but I stayed because of the executive session that we have. I want to be involved in that. And so I'm going to be short due to the time that we are at, and so that we can move ahead. And Commissioner Parker, I'm glad you brought that up. I will be glad to summarize your messaging to me and send that to the mayor. So thanks for permission for that, and I will take you up on it.
Commissioner Denson. And Commissioner Denson, if you could close with a motion to move into executive session, and then a second follow-up motion to adjourn after executive session.
Anything kumbaya moment, but like, this is, we're better than this. My daughter gets reprimanded if she acts like some of how we're talking to each other around here. And I guess if that's what we want to do, that's okay. But this is being broadcast through our community, and we're doing the community's work. And if we can't put aside for just a few seconds personal attacks to like get somebody on the chin, it's sad. It's sad. It's sad. Let's just be honest. Like, it's sad. It's embarrassing. We're adults. I honestly say, and you might not believe me, but I respect every one of y'all. I've seen the work that every one of y'all do. I'm glad I get to serve with you. This isn't a kumbaya moment. It's just being a nice person. It's respecting people. If we can't respect people, well, you're not going to be a very good public leader, public servant, right? Public servant. Something that Jerry Neesmith talked about all the time, right? We're servants. We are servants. And me and Commissioner Neesmith didn't get along a lot of times on a lot of stuff. But he actually taught me that even when I don't agree with somebody, that you respect them. You deal with them with respect. And I mean, call it preaching, whatever you want to do. I'm the son of a preacher. Comes naturally, I guess. But it's also calling it how it is, because this meeting has been embarrassing at moments. And I know at times that I fall below the bar that I should be at too. So let's just do better, y'all. Come on. Like, come on. God. It's ridiculous. One thing we got going for us, though, is fantastic staff. We've heard some great comments here about our staff. As we all know, we've had way too many tragic deaths on our roads so far this year. And 3 of those came on Palace Road within 7 weeks. And constituents in District 5 and District 6 were very concerned for good reason. And I heard from many of them. I saw the traffic issues. Obviously, the deaths were, you couldn't miss. That was terrible. And so we asked staff we told staff, these constituents were demanding something to be done, something needed to be done. And I was amazingly impressed with how fast our manager's office, our police department, our transportation and public works all came together, had a detailed plan laid out. And I can say for a fact that detailed plan is being followed through. I've seen increased officers around patrolling, watching for speeding. I've seen the traffic counters are out there, and they were working on a roadway safety audit team. So I'll tell you this, we have fantastic staff. They're doing fantastic work, and they also deserve a commission that leads them that can also do fantastic work and act in a respected manner. I appreciate you all. I actually honestly say I love you all. Laugh it if you want to. I do. I love this community. Let's work together. Let's do some damn good things, some damn good work. And I move for us to adjourn.
Second.
Commissioner, could you make a motion to enter executive session prior to adjourning?
I was thinking that maybe I could skip that executive session if I did that there.
It'll be short, I promise.
I move that we enter into executive session before adjourning.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. All in favor of adjourning upon conclusion of executive session?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and exit this meeting. And you remember, you've got a separate WebEx invite for the executive session.